And bang.
And bang.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of the internet and of parts some might call unknown. It is time for Season 5, Episode 10 of the House Divided podcast. We are here. Jordan is dead inside.
Yeah. Now that might be one of the worst football weekends I've ever experienced. I mean, I'm used to. I'm more used to what the Lions do to me, but last weekend we really thought the Lions were gonna win, and half of the state of Michigan really needed the Lions to win on Sunday.
Half of the state plus one because I We need the Lions to win to make some money, and well,
Yeah.
Oops. We'll talk about that in a bit.
We will get to the Detroit Football Lions. Yeah, this weekend sucked. This really sucked. But
Mine was occurring. It was an occurrence.
Yeah. Your weekend only half sucked. In the way mine did, anyway.
Is that
the letter L. This weekend was brought to you by the letter L.
Yes, it was. Well, with that being said, we got stuff we have to talk about.
That we do.
So let's start with stupid people saying some stupid things, and I have 4.
I also have 4. I have one that's kind of an honorable mention, but I'm going to get to that in the NFL recap.
2, 3,
because it
4.
pertains to a game.
Oh no.
Might be from someone whose name rhymes with Blared Hoff.
Oh, I already know what this is, and I love it.
Yeah.
Do you want to start with your 4, or you want me to start?
I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. Where's the appropriate place to start here? Let's see. Start off nice and easy. The Buffalo Bills played the Miami Dolphins this weekend.
Yes, they did. We'll talk about that game in a minute.
Buffalo did win. Yep, we will get to that game. It's Josh Allen, as he scored a touchdown. I think he threw for a touchdown in the final minute, which made the final score what it was. But again, we'll get to it. Not a blowout by any means. Really,
the Bills struggled with the Dolphins. We'll talk about that.
So, I have zero issue with scoring a touchdown in that scenario. Mr. No, N-O-E, on Twitter.
Oh, boy.
Extremely classy to score a TD when the opposing team had no timeouts or way to stop the clock at the end of the game. Take a knee. Christ. At that point, it was I think it was a 2-score game. And touchdown and a field goal would have won it for the Dolphins had they had something miraculous happen. And that in that final minute, zero issue with touchdown. I have zero issue with it. Fucking hell, but Mr. No
had issues.
He had an issue with it. I don't remember where this original post was from. It might have been straight from the NHL account or something.
Oh,
and it was asking a question of who is not in the Hall of Fame right now that should be.
Oh boy.
And on the photo was Daniel Alfredsson, longtime captain of the Ottawa Senators, for those who don't know.
Yep.
And a Detroit Red Wing at the end of his career, inexplicably.
Also, yes.
He was on the graphic. And End Crisis on Twitter comes along with Kevin Stevens, Pierre Turgeon, Steve Larmer, and Theo Fleury. All a mile ahead of Alfie. None of them are in. Actually, I need to go find this tweet because it was hilarious.
Jordan, I know you can't see me on camera, but my mouth is just...
Yeah.
I can't close my mouth. I'm just so.
Let me see if I can find this. No, I'm not gonna waste time. But anyway, one of those people was a one-time second team all-star once in his career, whatever that is. And that was pretty much his only accomplishment in the entire league. He was on some teams that won some cups, but he didn't do anything for them. And Mr. End Crisis believes that that's better than Daniel Alfredsson, just because Alfredsson never won a cup. Interesting stuff. This is actually before the game that took my soul started. The Detroit Tigers posted something that was like, who do you got to win today, Michigan or Michigan State?
Oh, no.
And some dude comes along. This isn't the stupid thing. This is Eric989 on Twitter. Not the stupid thing. He just says the better team will win. I mean, no shit.
Durr.
But in comes Donald. I think this is his full name, so I'm not going to say it. In comes Donald. Of course his name's Donald.
Come on, Donald.
Actually, I think the better team gets jobbed by the refs and loses. Now, which team do you think? Did I tell you about this already? Which team do you think he's a fan of?
I don't believe you told me about this, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's a Michigan fan.
He is a Michigan State fan because he also says college football wants Michigan to be relevant so badly they screw MSU over all day. This is before that game started. That was his prediction, that MSU was going to get jobbed by the refs because college football, the entire entity of college football, wants Michigan to be relevant. And then, in a twist of fate, we have one that is not sports related.
My brain's still trying to, like, the little hamster in my brain, because that's what Tom Brady thinks all defensive players have in their brain. It's just like turning it overdrive right now, trying to process that.
So anyone who knows me knows that I am a sports first guy, but something else that I also love happens to be roller coasters, and mainly, and well, that too, and mainly Cedar Point.
Oops.
So Cleveland.com comes along with an article.
The great city of Cleveland.
Right.
Yes, I got you on that one.
No.
You agreed.
I mean, I've never been to Cleveland, so I can't say. Says Cedar Fair recommits to Sandusky. There was some rumors that they were gonna move their corporate offices somewhere else or something. Agrees to $100 million in city improvements, including a new causeway and something called a water taxi.
Basically a fucking ferry. Like,
pretty much.
Like,
yeah, I don't know why they came up with that weird phrase for it.
It's actually common, believe it or not, but continue.
Just not here, I guess, because, you know, up in Mackinac, it's all ferries.
Yeah.
We have Eric coming along.
Oh, no.
And says, headline should read, Cedar Fair and Sandusky commit to further taxes and price hikes. Ultimately, just like the entire Biden and left agenda, the middle-class consumer takes it in the rear. And somebody replied to this in the best way possible. Said, you could have just saved time and typed, I want my roads to crumble. Like, because that's all this is. Like, they're gonna redo the road that leads out onto Cedar Point, and and some other stuff around Sandusky, and this man doesn't like it. Man does not like it. He wants roads. He wants his roads to crumble.
Why does everybody? I'm not even gonna just point out one political side or the other. Why does everybody make something that has literally nothing to do with politics and throw politics in it?
Yeah,
why?
I don't know.
Why?
I'm sure this guy is also a keep politics out of sports guy, but then loves when like Donald Trump's at the World Series.
Yeah, I am Ron
I don't know.
Burgundy.
That's all I got. Lots of stupid. There was at one point there were 10 in this folder. I had to cut them down. I gave you the 4 stupidest.
I actually had 2 late additions, as in 2 like within the past hour before the show. Past 30. One of them was past 30 minutes before the show. Additions,
Jesus.
Like late additions. We'll start, however, with Sunday coming to you from the world of Facebook.
Oh boy.
This individual, his first name is Tim.
Tim?
Tim.
Oh, Tim.
Is Tim. His name is Tim.
All right, Tim, what you got?
He replied to a post about a post by CBS Sports about Jerron Cage's large man touchdown in the Ohio State Penn State game.
I'm sorry, they played Penn State this weekend.
Yeah, Penn State. Sorry.
How could you forget?
Speaking of, this is gonna be the first Stupid People Say Stupid Things that does not feature Horace in 2 months almost.
It's been a while.
And like,
Horace,
let's see, we're on episode 10.
Show, man.
We're on episode 10. This is like the first episode since Jeff was on episode like 5 that Horace isn't there. So episode
I believe
4.
I believe Horace was on the episode with Jeff.
Yeah, because he had to experience that. Jeff had to experience that. So since episode 4, maybe. Tim replies with this. This is nothing spectacular. I thought I was going to see him make people miss and break tackles. You see this all the time.
You see a large individual.
You see a
rumble down for like a 55-yard touchdown.
You see a 315-pound man run 50 yards for a touchdown all the time, Tim? What football are you watching? Because I want to watch it.
There is no chance he is only 315. No chance.
Yes. Ohio State has him listed at 305, but
I know he's listed at that. There's not a chance that's accurate. That's a big man.
He is not 305. He's like at least 315.
I'm thinking like 330 plus. That dude's a unit.
Speaking of that, later in that game, ESPN, it might have even been halftime. It may have been the halftime show. ESPN replayed that and put a little clock down from the time he picked the ball up and ran into the end zone. ESPN, why you gotta do that to my brother? Come on.
Hey,
why are you doing that to my man?
It was actually, if I remember correctly, the time wasn't that bad.
It was like 5.3, 5.4.
But yeah, I mean, again, but that's like 50 yards.
Yeah. But still, why you gotta do that to my man?
After he more than likely had to tire himself out just by getting blocked, trying to get free.
Right. Tim, you're stupid. Moving on. To one from. Oh, these are all from today.
Oh no.
Well, one was from yesterday. We'll go to the one from yesterday before the 2 from today. This one comes straight out of the professional video game players maybe shouldn't tweet about sports.
Oh boy.
Section. Professional Call of Duty player JCap4115 or 415 tweeted this. Why would the Braves take out their starter? This makes no sense.
in the game that happened yesterday in which the Braves clinched their World Series.
One big. We will talk about that game here in moments.
Yes.
They pulled Fried, right? I think is who started last night.
Max Fried.
Max Fried started last night. Thank you. After the 6th inning, meaning in inning 7, he would have started seeing the top of the lineup a third time. People pointed this out.
He already had started seeing the order, not like the top 3 in the order for a third.
Yeah. He people pointed this out to Jordan here. His real name is Jordan. I gave you his Twitter handle, but I digress. And he came back with, "Well, show me the statistics." And here's where it gets better. These statistics are readily available everywhere.
I thought everyone was aware of that. The starting pitcher, third time through the order, your chance of success goes way down. And the batting average of your opponent goes way up.
And then somebody showed him statistics from just overall the season. He fires back with, "Show me statistics from the postseason."
Sorry, did baseball change? Like, was baseball just not? I'm sure. I bet the statistics for the postseason, they probably are hardly exist.
Yeah,
managers are smarter than that.
Yeah, like sometimes people who make their money playing video games should stick to that. I am all in favor of people tweeting about sports, talking about sports, watching sports, but good God alive, when you tweet something this just outright stupid and then triple down on it. I mean, I get the guy's an Eagles fan. He's a Philadelphia Eagles fan, so he's possibly
it all makes sense.
He's possibly a Philadelphia Phillies fan if he even watches baseball in any form of regularity. Which with this tweet, obviously he doesn't.
He just wants to shit on the Braves.
Yeah. With this tweet, he fucking doesn't. It almost shows that he doesn't even watch baseball with any regularity. Now, moving
74 pitches for Max Fried when he got pulled. So
which is a lot of pitches.
I mean, it is a lot, but I mean, no, they literally said early on, like, what's the best case? Buck and Smoltz were like, what's the best case scenario? How long do you want him to go if he can?
6 innings.
Like, 6 innings. They said exactly 6 innings.
Like 6, maybe an out, maybe 6 1/3. Like, now we move back to Facebook.
Oh boy,
this one happened. I found this one at 8:40 today, so a little over an hour before we started today's show. This comes from Robert.
Oh, Robert.
On Facebook. The post was about Ronald Acuna Jr. and how he was injured and unable to play in the World Series because he tore his ACL.
I've heard that that might hurt a little bit.
Yes. I've never experienced it, but I know a lot of people who have and say it's not a comfortable thing. Robert replies to this
long
Facebook
recovery
post.
On that one.
Yeah, very. Robert replies to this Facebook post with, "He's not a World Series champ. He's a World Series chump."
Oh, God. Jesus.
No, Robert, you, sir, are a
loser.
Button. There it is again.
And a chump. And finally,
a loser and a chump. That's not have higher goals for yourself.
Finally, this comes from the MLB. The MLB is not the one that they're the stupid. A post that Major League Baseball made. This post was a picture of Dansby Swanson and his current girlfriend or fiance or whatever she is to him. United States women's soccer player and World Cup champion Mallory Pugh.
Alrighty.
They posed for a picture together in which Dansby Swanson was holding the World Series trophy, and he had his arm around her, and they were nice, happy couple photo together. Great, awesome.
Okay.
The MLB, the caption with this post on the MLB post on Twitter was just two world champions together, which
I mean
is factual.
They are.
Mallory Pugh was a starter on the United States women's national team that won the World Cup. So
That's a big deal. I
that's
heard.
a pretty big deal. This individual goes on Twitter by Delusional Mets Fan.
Well, it walks like a duck.
Walks like a duck. It might be a duck.
Sounds like the duck is about to quack.
Yep. They give girlfriends rings now.
Oh, God.
She's not a world champion.
Christ.
But she is.
Sure is.
If you win the World Cup, but she was a starter on the team that did and scored a couple goals, if I remember correctly. Had some assists. She tallied some numbers, if I remember correctly. Yeah. He's
Got nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. She
And this man will never be a world champion in anything. Ever.
except talking shit on Twitter.
It doesn't sound like he's very good at that either.
I would say he honestly might not even be good at that. For everyone who was featured in this segment, you are a
loser, 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 loser,
Can
loser,
confirm.
loser, loser,
there. I think I hit the button 8 times.
loser,
There, 9 for one more just to make sure. I stopped counting, so I have no idea how many actually. Moving on.
Shall we do?
Speaking of losers,
oh, boy.
loser,
I could not believe this one.
No, I forgot to change the graphic. To the stupid from the intro graphic to the stupid people say stupid things graphic.
Huh.
Not the intro video. Just
Oh, okay.
just the intro graphic where there's nothing below us.
Got it.
Oops. It's time for the news.
Do the news.
This is one that could have made stupid people say stupid things. You can file this one under S.
S for stupid, yes.
PETA has stated that they believe the Major League Baseball should rename the bullpen to the, drum roll please, Arm Barn.
Yeah.
I'm not quite done because this is the second time I should say that PETA has said something stupid about MLB ongoings going on this year. The first time being when they said the Cleveland Indians should have a vegan hot dog mascot during their hot dog mascot race, their mid-game hot dog mascot race.
Just the Indians?
Apparently. None of the other
Like-
teams, just the Cleveland Indians. Cleveland
Like-
baseball. Cleveland, they can't even call them the Cleveland Guardians because they're getting sued over that. But
Yeah, that might not go well.
I honestly hope it doesn't because the Guardians is not.
Yeah, you don't like that name. Yeah, this is the thing. Arm Barn. This story introduced me to a term that I didn't know existed, and that is speciest, which is God. Which is the belief that one species is greater than the other. So similar to, like, racism in a way, but speciesism? Apparently that's a real thing. Okay, well, I mean, according to PETA. I really don't think bulls are very offended by this. don't think bulls. No,
I don't think they care.
I don't think they can.
I don't believe bulls care. As someone who has met several bulls before, I do not
Like,
believe
what
they
the
care.
hell? Like, it would have been one thing had they just said, hey, you should change the name of the bullpen, but then they come out with the ridiculous Arm Barn.
And say bullpen is offensive.
Yeah, it's offensive to bulls.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I can't comprehend this. I don't.
Can't comprehend
And-
what.
The Arm Barn thing.
Oh, yeah, it's not good.
And also, I mean, PETA won't care about this one, but the Detroit Tigers don't do a hot dog race. They have people in little car mascot suits.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
that mean we need an electric car in there now?
I don't know. How would you know?
I mean, we got it. You're right. Like, how would you know it's a vegan hot dog anyway?
Yeah.
Maybe they're already vegan hot dogs.
That's
Hard to say. I got nothing else for this. I can't even comprehend this.
Moving on. Florida Panthers manager or head coach, I forgot we're in hockey.
Yeah.
Joel Quenneville was unhired from the Florida Panthers because of what happened with the Chicago Blackhawks in 2010.
The ongoing Blackhawks fiasco. We talked about it a little bit last week, so we don't need to go through it again. I was amazed it took this long. And of course they let him resign, which is interesting on Florida's behalf. Yeah.
Part of me
should've
understands it because I don't like it, but I'm gonna say I'll go out and stay right here. I don't like that they just let him resign. Part of me understands it though, because before Quenneville, this Florida Panthers team was massive ass.
Confirmed.
And you want to save a little bit of faith with the guy who brought you to, or let the guy who brought you to where the program is now, or the team, the organization. There we go. Is now. You want to let him save a little bit of faith and have a semi-graceful exit. I don't like it though.
I mean, it's just like, Mark Davis is a piece of shit as well, but he let Gruden resign.
That's for two
Instead
different
of just
reasons. Because Gruden's his buddy. Him and Gruden are buddies.
Exactly. Yeah, we should have been covering this on the podcast last week.
This
I
is
can't believe it. I can't believe it took as long as it did.
and I don't want this. What is it with this season in the news? We have had, I believe this is our third multi-week story now. We just have some stories that just don't seem to want to die. We had Bishop Sycamore that went 3 weeks. We have the Gruden slash Raiders slash Washington football team story that this will be the first week it's not in our news, because it's kind of quiet on that front for now.
For now.
But that story is far from dead in my opinion, because Mark Davis wants to sue the NFL. Gruden came out and said what he said that when I talked about that in my chump of the week last week. Gruden come out and saying the truth will get out.
Already did, bud.
Yeah, it already did. And then just the ongoing stuff with the Washington football team and the NFL refusing to to divulge any form of details on their investigation. Like that story, even though it's not in the news this week, that story is not going to die this year.
No.
And now this Blackhawks fiasco is 2 weeks. We're back-to-back weeks with this. What is it this year?
And
this story's just not dying.
And that's not going away either, because they want Gary Bettman out now. So people wondering if that's a thing that somebody, a group of people somewhere, can force him out. Actually, a conversation.
I honestly don't know about that. Moving on. Jordan,
yes.
Go. Jordan's going to talk about NASCAR, but a very important side note. For the first time in 2 years, I watched a NASCAR race.
Part of one.
Now, it was only 25 laps because there was nothing else on TV, and I did not want to watch the Saints-Buccaneers game that I thought was going to be a massive blowout after Jameis Winston went down with that awful knee injury.
And it was not.
We'll talk about that in a bit. I was obviously wrong about that game. But I did watch 25 laps of this race and the stuff that ensued after, which Jordan will talk about now.
Yeah. I sent Austin a message. I said, shit's about to get crazy here, but the crazy that happened was not what I expected. For the most part of this race, it was just typical Martinsville. A little short track stuff, a lot of beating and banging, a lot of crashes, not many cars on the whole track with a straight panel on it. Like it's just typical Martinsville stuff. We were getting down to the last 25 laps. First off, and importantly, Chase Elliott locked himself into the championship before the race was even over. He swept the first 2 stages of this race, so that was cool for him. If it wasn't for the rest of the field's inability to not crash, Chase probably wins this race. I think he probably had the best car all day, so that was unfortunate for me. But he was in anyway. Gets down to the last 25 laps, and I'm like, you just know shit's about to hit the fan, because I look down at this little in-race graphic they have on there showing the playoff positions, who's where, who needs points, how many points they need. And I look at 4th, 5th, and 6th in the championship rankings, the playoff standings. And Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, and Martin Truex Jr. are separated by 1 point. 1 singular point.
And Kyle Busch had the tiebreaker because of where he was placed at the time.
He did. I figured, and they were all running pretty close together. So especially Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski. Brad was trailing Kyle for a long time. Kyle kind of pulled away a little bit, but then the caution came out. late in that one, which is something I'll get to in a second. But I thought the punting was going to be Brad on Kyle. Like Brad needed to win essentially. Yeah, figured it was going to be that. Truex had an issue where we thought that he was good for a little while once Kyle had lost a spot, but then he has an issue. Kurt Busch kind of body slammed him into the wall, and Martin lost quite a few spots. That's what made it even, close to, like, as close as it was here. And that didn't go so well for him, but he rebounded nicely. We get down to the last few laps. Denny Hamlin is leading, who, by the way, I was almost very right on that call of Denny Hamlin plus 650 to win this race.
Yeah,
that was looking good for a little while. Alex Bowman, who had given Denny the classic Martinsville bump and run to take the lead, and then given the lead back because he knew that he was about to get punted by Denny. Like Denny, lined him up perfect. And Alex is like, I want no part of this. So he went up high and he's just like, take the spot back. Alex Bowman goes in there into, I believe, turn 3. A little bit hot, gets a little bit loose, spins out Denny Hamlin, who was fairly solid on points coming into this race.
So he did still make it to the.
He did still make it into the championship 4. Yes, he did. Which is why what happened afterwards is just. So Alex moved him. I don't believe he intended to do this, but you never know with Martinsville, especially after he had already moved him once, and then he was like, I don't want anything to do with what's about to happen to me, and literally gave him the spot back. So you figured they were even on that bit, but yeah, Alex spins out Denny. Denny loses quite a few positions. He's out of contention for the win. As Austin sent me a message in while the race is going on and almost over. It's time for NASCAR overtime.
Yep.
And we had a 2-lap shootout to the finish, and I was really shocked that Kyle Busch did not put the bumper to Alex Bowman to get the win, lock himself in. It's really the only way Kyle was going to be good and make it in, is if he gave Alex a little bump, wasn't close enough to do it. Coming off turn 4, Bowman wins the race. Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski had a little bit of a tangle up, which was a bit confusing and is one of the very few times I will ever agree with Kyle Busch. Brad was going to pull a Kevin Harvick and spin out Kyle, just like, what happened a year ago. And I don't really know why, because second place didn't matter to Brad. Like, I don't know if maybe he was hoping, like, if he was second and Alex failed post-race tech inspection, that I guess then he makes it. But second place really wasn't going to do a whole lot for Brad Keselowski there. He is eliminated. Kyle Busch is eliminated, as is Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano. Rough one for Penske. 3 of the 4 drivers that were eliminated as we wrapped up the round of 8 were Penske drivers. So that's that's unfortunate for him. But we do get the Hendrick and Joe Gibbs showdown with Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott from Hendrick Motorsports, and Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin.
I want to stop. I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second.
Gibbs. Okay.
The Carolina Hurricanes have a lead in the 3rd period.
Do you need that to happen?
I need them to win. The Carolina Hurricanes were down 3-0 to start the game.
Jesus.
The Chicago Blackhawks.
Oh, the Blackhawks are blowing it, eh? You love to see it.
Let's move back on to this show.
Yeah.
I was just checking that.
So, of course, we get all the post-race stuff. Alex Bowman comes around, is gonna celebrate the win, and all of a sudden, here comes the 11 car of Denny Hamlin, pulls up right alongside of him, and I was like, oh boy, this isn't good. So Alex spins his car around. Alex has said he was going to grab the checkered flag from the flag stand, do a little Alan Kawicki Polish victory lap, which would have been cool to see, but we were robbed of that because as Alex pulled his car around and got not side by side with Denny decides to run into the nose of Alex Bowman's car and do a burnout right in front of him.
Yeah,
actually pushed his car back a few feet. I do not like that at all. That was, I mean, you know, using your car as a weapon is never, no, don't like it, especially in that scenario. So cooler heads prevailed, I suppose. Denny's crew kind of got to him, said, hey, look, big picture, we don't want to get, you know, taken out of the championship 4 or find any amount of points and, you know, have some bad stuff happen to us here. So that hasn't happened as of yet, so I don't think it's going to. Alex gets out of the car, does the interview, and then we go over to Denny Hamlin, who just had, that was one of the most chaotic interviews I can remember.
It wasn't good.
Gets on the mic and says...
Was getting booed immediately.
He is getting mercifully booed, which he later said, it's Chase Elliott fans, man. They don't think straight. If a man who just did a burnout off the front of somebody else's car because they were mad is saying that Chase Elliott fans don't think straight, I think we're probably all right. It just sounds like he wasn't thinking straight.
Yeah.
And wasn't afterwards on Twitter, but if you want to go look into that, go, unless he's deleted it. That'd be typical Denny. But gets on the microphone and says that Alex Bowman is a hack, dropped an F-bomb on live TV that I actually didn't even notice live. I didn't catch that. Just like, that was hilarious. He said, he's a hack, he's an absolute hack, he's just fucking terrible. That's what he said. It is rather hilarious, Dennis, that that hack has double the wins that you do this season. Might not be the best choice of words there from Denny. Of course, it took Alex Bowman and the Hendrick team a whole 3 hours to have a t-shirt made with Bowman's signature and hack written on it.
That's awesome.
Which I love. They did the same thing to Kevin Harvick when he had that whole spat with Chase Elliott. And they made like Christmas shirts because he said Chase wished Kevin Harvick a merry off season and a happy Christmas or something like that. But I don't know. That was wild. That was not the shenanigans that I expected. That's for sure. I thought it was going to be Brad and Kyle, but
all I'm gonna say
it is Alex and Denny.
Like, as an F1 fan, and I watch minimal NASCAR. Like I said, this is the first amount of NASCAR I've watched in 2 years.
I'm curious as to what the last race you watched was.
Daytona 2019.
Oh wow, it's almost 3.
Yeah, I believe that's what it was. Daytona 2019. Actually, no, that's a lie. I may have watched one in 2020. May have.
Yeah, hard to say.
But I know for a fact, I know I did watch some of Daytona in 2019. Just as an F1 guy, I get why Denny Hamlin's a little upset, especially when you have Bowman, who isn't even in the same area code for the championship 4.
No, yeah, Bowman was eliminated a couple rounds back.
Like, when he's not even in the same fucking area code, I get it. But
Yeah, I get it too, and that's why I don't think that was intentional from Alex whatsoever.
I don't think it was intentional, but I get why Denny Hamlin's mad, but
yeah, I totally get. I get why he's frustrated.
Because, like,
took it to a whole new level.
Yeah, he took it too far, though. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, say what you want in the interview, you know, that just makes you look stupid. The whole burnout thing, pulling up next to him, flying in there, and then slamming on the brakes and, you know, cutting him off. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. I remember NASCAR Busch Series at Montreal. They did, there was some controversy with the finish, and Robbie Gordon got punted under caution, but NASCAR's like, well, you didn't maintain your speed. He's like, yeah, because I was too busy getting spun out. So they put him at the back of the field, and he was pissed off. He actually didn't get to the back of the field. He just said, I'm going to stay right here. and then punted Marcus Ambrose going into the first corner, and Kevin Harvick won the race. And then Robbie Gordon went and did dual burnouts down the front straightaway with Kevin Harvick. Because NASCAR decided they were not going to score Robbie Gordon since he didn't get into his actual position that they had assigned him. So he's just like, I'm gonna do some twin burnouts here with Kevin Harvick down the front straightaway, fucking Circus Gilles Villeneuve. That was funny, but yeah, this is just different. I mean, and I don't think you can fine him or you know, document any points. Like, can you imagine the shitstorm that would be caused if they, you know, penalized him just enough to miss the championship for?
Right.
Like, that'd be crazy. But I think they would usually announce the penalties on Monday or Tuesday, so I think we're safe on that. Yeah, I mean, Alex, whether it was intentional or not, Denny's gonna get the payback on him later. That's for sure.
Yeah,
that's not going away anytime soon. I just hope it's at a track like Martinsville or somewhere, you know, lower speeds, and he doesn't fucking turn him in the Daytona 500 or something when they're going 200 miles an hour.
Right.
Like that. Nobody wants to see. There was also some other chicanery in this race between fucking one of the Rick Ware racing cars. I don't remember who was driving it. Might have been Cody Ware. I don't know. And Quinn Houff in the 00. They had gotten together, and Quinn was upset. And so Quinn spun, I think it's the 52 car. Like, I don't know who was driving it, but one of them stupid Rick Ware cars. And Quinn spun him under caution right in front of a safety truck. And NASCAR said, yeah, that's a no-go. And they held him for 5 laps.
Surprised they didn't just straight black flag him and be done.
I mean, they did black flag him. They made him serve a penalty, but I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be shocking if they just parked him for the race. I mean, right, like literally, turned him right in front of the track truck. It was like, oh boy.
Well, moving on.
Especially at Martinsville, it's not enough space for that shit. Track truck had to slam on the brakes.
Moving on, the Denver Broncos have finally hit the reset button on their team. They trade Von Miller to the Los Angeles Rams for 2022 day 2 picks. So I believe they are rounds 2 and 3, not 4, not anything in 4.
Day 2 would be 2 and 3.
Yeah. The Denver Broncos are also going to retain $9 million of Von Miller's $9.7 million contract.
Well, I've seen some people, you know, saying well, how can the Rams get away with this? Because they're paying him literally nothing.
Yeah.
Like they Denver really wanted this trade to happen. They wanted to reset. They wanted to move on, stock up some picks, and so they're just like, I mean, it's clear nothing's happening for them this season, so they're just like, fuck it.
Yeah.
$9 million of a $9.7 million deal.
Basically the whole fucking contract.
Right. The fact that the Rams are getting Von Miller for $700,000.
That contract, that defense is scary.
Fucking Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, like that's unbelievable.
However, the Los Angeles Rams on the flip side, they are 100% selling out to win this year. They have one draft pick for next year, I believe now.
That sounds about right. They do not believe in draft picks, it seems, because, I think they sent 2 for this season to Detroit.
Yep, 1 and 3, first and third.
In the Stafford deal,
and that Jared Goff guy.
Yeah, I don't like that guy. Yeah, that's it. They don't believe in it, and if they win it, great.
They're going to look like geniuses if they win it this year.
Couple years from now, man, that team might be in rough shape. Once you lose Donald and Stafford and Ramsey, you might be in a world of hurt.
I'll take this next one so you could talk about the following one. I do want to take the Braves one because I have something for that one. But
oh boy, I'm just noticing that you spelled Jorge Soler as Jorge Soler.
I just now caught that too. When I wrote that last night, it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I was tired.
I mean, he sends balls to the solar system, so that's an appropriate name. Yeah.
Tottenham Hotspur fire their manager Nuno Espirito Santo after 17 games. His last game as the Tottenham manager was the 3-0 loss to Manchester United in the Who's Gonna Get Fired Bowl. Or
still not Solskjaer.
Still not Solskjaer.
Still there.
Unfortunately, Nuno was 8-2-7 in his 17 games, and 5-0-5, meaning 5 wins, 0 draws, 5 losses. And EPL play, let me check the table real quick. I didn't get that in.
Check the tables.
Check the table.
West Ham fans, where are you at?
Accept cookies. Tables. Tottenham is, with their 5 wins, 9th right now.
Oh, where Tottenham should be.
They are 9th with 15 points. 10 full points behind Chelsea and 3 behind United. United's 5th, 5 behind West Ham. Fucking West Ham.
There they are.
5 behind West Ham, who's sitting at 4th for the top 4 for the Champions League qualifier. And their last 5 Premier League games, Tottenham is 2-0-3. Not great.
I've heard that's not good.
The replacement for Nuno Santo is none other than Antonio Conte.
You'd like me some Antonio Conte. He was brought into Chelsea in a very, very similar situation. He's kind of like a Mourinho guy in a way, except not as chaotic. Just a great impact manager to get things turned around, I think. That seems to be what Conte is all about. So good for Tottenham. I like Conte. I hate having to root against him now, but
I don't like. My only thing is I don't know what Tottenham was expecting. Like,
Harry Kane to score 1 million goals.
Obviously, if they're firing Nuno after 17 games. Like, what are they expecting? Like, what were they expecting this year? I mean, I know they're not phenomenal. And in his 17 games, they're 8-2-7, with 5 of those losses coming in the Premier League play. And you could sit and say, well, Tottenham was in the Champions League final 2 years back in 2019. But again, what are you expecting that you're firing your manager after 17 games? Sure, with Conte right now sitting just on his thumbs. Like, if you're gonna fire somebody, you do it before he gets yanked up. Because your only real options for an elite manager are Conte or Zidane. Like,
where's Big Sam at these days?
There. That's a good question, but I'm not gonna Google that to find out.
No. Yeah, no. Good. I mean, rough for the former manager, but good for Conte.
Yeah. Zinedine will probably get swept up, or hopefully will get swept up by United here within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you?
I would love that. Moving on, though.
Moving on. And this is a very, very big deal.
For me, even, because I like this team, too.
Right? You like a team from Michigan. Who would have ever thought?
Team from
Detroit
the city of Detroit.
City FC wins the National Independent Soccer League's fall championship.
And the whole season championship.
And the whole season championship, yes.
Let's not short them that.
I have some absolutely insane stats for you somewhere. I need to find them. I am absolutely in love with Trevor James as the manager.
Oh, I love him.
Gaffer. Of DCFC. So he's been here a couple years now.
3, I believe. 2 or 3. 3.
All-time record. 53, 4, and 12.
Yeah.
And the losses is 4. They got it weird. 4 losses. 53 wins. All-time goal differential plus 116. 2019 Great Lakes Conference Championship, 2019 Members Cup Championship, 2020 and 2021 Independent Cup, 2020 Legends Cup. They actually did win the NISA title last year, so I could have, gotten that pin tweet out of there a year ago.
Right. I actually
NISA championship these last 2 years, 362 day home undefeated streak.
Let's go.
I love me some Trevor James.
I love me some DCFC.
I know. I mean, we still got to make it down to a game. That's like a dream. Have to.
One of my friends was down there for the championship game this past weekend.
I mean, just looking at the scenes, it's unbelievable. That for what we're in the 3rd or 4th tier of U.S. soccer, and I mean that atmosphere is just incredible. How do you not like DCFC?
And I know I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, most likely, because I don't know if the river it's Rouge or Rogue.
It is Rouge.
It is Rouge. Okay, I'm glad I figured, because it is French and Detroit is a at-base French city. Yes. Les Rouge. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
I love it.
City till we die, because I mean we ain't ever getting an MLS team
unless it is DCFC.
It won't be. I mean, that is exactly what DCFC will hate.
Yeah.
More so the Northern Guard supporters hate that. I mean, they literally made "fuck MLS" shirts. So
I love it. I love it. I love it. This team is.
I should have worn my Northern Guard shirt here today. And the fun fact about that shirt is that I bought it for $5 because they got the colors wrong on a set of shirts, and so they literally just sold them. And this is exactly how it was worded on their website: $5 fuck ups.
I love it. I love this team. It's great. They've even had like they now have a DCFC women's team coming, I believe, next year.
Sounds about right.
I believe. So there, you could get into the semantics of they're not actually in Detroit anymore.
Well, they never have been. Not really.
They were in Midtown. In Cass
mean,
Tech. Yeah, they kind of were.
Yeah. Early on.
Yeah.
Very early on.
The first 3 years.
Right. They've been in Hamtramck ever since.
Yeah.
Which is still not technically Detroit. Even though it's close.
Yeah.
It's close. It's close enough. I mean, the Lions were in Pontiac for however many fucking years.
Pistons were not in Detroit for a bit.
Yeah, Auburn Hills.
Yeah, the Red Wings, I don't know. Well, Joe Louis was in.
Red Wings, Joe was very much in downtown Detroit.
Yeah. So yeah, I love it.
It was like right near the Cobo Center.
Yeah, I do. That is true, actually.
Right on the river.
I love it, and it's great to see that soccer here in the state of Michigan is doing well. That's that.
The TMFJ, man, Trevor motherfucking James.
I love me some Trevor James. He's the game.
I mean, he was with the Galaxy there for a little while, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And
you love him then too.
Yep, I did. I just things just yeah.
Oh.
And what was even better is you were able to watch games on YouTube.
I actually didn't know about that until 2 days ago. I had no clue.
And like I love because of things going on with work, I wasn't able to watch Sunday, but I love it. The atmosphere, and I've been to a lot of professional soccer games, the atmosphere at their stadium, and I've not been there in person.
No,
honestly, that's gonna have to be a next year thing. Like,
right.
That's gotta be like on the top of the list. The atmosphere.
Right. Fuck the Tigers.
Unless we get a chance to see like another elite level baseball player.
Right.
I mean,
probably just Mike Trout again.
It's hard to pass up Mike Trout. I mean, we've done it once, so.
And I can't remember if Ohtani was there or not.
He was.
And
seeing Pujols 3,000th RBI or whatever it was, 2003.
I think it was 3,000.
I have that baseball card somewhere behind me. Loved that. But just off of what you're seeing on camera, recorded on camera, they're on YouTube when you watch it. It matches it easily matches the energy of MLS games.
Probably surpasses it, to be honest.
Well, the MLS games I've been to are in Columbus, and they love their soccer down there in Columbus.
Columbus is one of the few that it wouldn't surpass, but like
it matches theirs in Columbus.
Red Bulls surpasses them.
Yeah.
My MLS team, that's for sure.
It matches them in Columbus, and it's pretty close to what they have in LA too, with the Galaxy.
And they literally have with way less seats.
Yeah. And it's at points close to some of the the soccer games I've been to where teams coming from Europe come over. Well, I've been to a Manchester United Real Madrid game in the Big House in Ann Arbor in Michigan Stadium with 100,000 people, and these games that DCFC has, their energy is close to that. And you could say, oh well, it was just a preseason friendly, but still, the atmosphere, just from what what you see on TV, is near unmatched. I love it. I'm glad.
Northern Guard are fucking mad lads.
I love it. I'm looking forward next year going down early spring. I mean, it needs to happen.
Gotta make it happen.
Moving on to the final bit of the news.
Gotta buy some smoke bombs for that one.
Right. Moving on to the final bit of news. The Atlanta Braves are your 2021 World Series champions. I kind of mentioned it a little bit.
Like that.
The stupid people say stupid things. Beating the Houston Astros in 6 games. Game 6 started off slow the first 2 and 2/3, and then Jorge Soler ordered Coke with a side of Jack.
Mm-hmm.
3-run bomb, nuke,
out of the
moonshot of goodbye. Out. I know left field in Houston's a short porch, but when you're hitting them out of the stadium over the train tracks, holy shit. I don't think that ball's landed yet, by the way. I don't know if it has. I saw somebody on Twitter say that ball landed in their living room. I wouldn't doubt it. I doubt it because I think that ball is still traveling. Soler is named. I would not doubt that one bit. Yeah, I think it's just going. It's going. It's the Energizer Bunny of baseballs. Yeah, there it is. It might finally land by opening day. And that's a strong maybe. Yeah. Jorge Soler was named the World Series MVP. I wanted it to be Freddie. Freddie got a 1-run shot off the high wall in left field in 7th inning to make it 7-0. I can't remember who it was that got the other 3-run jack. I think it wasn't Swanson or Dansby Swanson or something. Might have been Dansby. I do believe he had some RBIs. As Jordan said, everyone likes that. Everyone, I mean, outside the city of Houston, like, yeah. Freddie Freeman is on your screen right next to me. Right next to me. Let me point the right way. Freddie had 2 RBIs. Dansby had 2. Oh yeah, because the it wasn't a home run. The other 3 were not from home runs. You're right. Dansby's was, I think. Didn't Freddie hit a double? Yeah. You're right. To that deep part of left center? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, everybody liked that outside of Houston. Freddie Freeman was the happiest person in the whole city of Houston yesterday. He jumped so high, I don't think he's come down yet either. No. That baseball is still in his back pocket too. Like, yeah, that was. Nobody's taking that baseball away from him. Hell no. No one. Like, the MLB can come and try, and he's just gonna be like, no. Like, that no one is taking that baseball away from him. Nobody. The Braves organization, Major League Baseball, no one. It's Rob Manfred he's not getting that ball. Cooperstown, not getting that ball. That ball is staying. Like, Freddie Freeman might sleep with that ball. Like, yeah, very cool stuff. Very happy for Freddie and all the guys there. I mean, very very cool. It's always a good thing to see the Astros lose. It's a lovely sight. It's a lovely thing when the Houston Astros lose. It was even better that the Braves did win. Because now, anytime the Braves are brought up, they won't talk about their last World Series win, which would have been back in 1995 against the Cleveland Indians. Yeah, yikes. So I don't have to hear that. I only have to hear about it when the Cubs get brought up. R.I.P. R.I.P. Yeah. Moving on, though, that is the news. It is time for some college football recap. We're going to do this a little differently this week because we got
things to get to.
We only want to focus on our two teams. So we're going to run through all scores from the top 25 and then circle back and recap our teams. And then look at the college football playoff committee top 25, not the AP top 25. The AP top 25 can go eat a bag of dicks.
Yeah, it's dead.
Yep. Until August of next year.
Yep.
Number 1, Georgia beat the fuck out of Florida. Georgia's defense scored just as many touchdowns as Florida's offense. 34-7 was final score. Number 2, Cincinnati struggled with Tulane, but did pull away in the fourth quarter. Final score was 31-12. Alabama had a bye. Oklahoma finally looked like Oklahoma won 52-21 over Texas Tech. Number 5, Ohio State scored 33 against number 20, Penn State. Penn State scored 24. Number 6, Michigan scored 30. Number 8, Michigan State behind 5 Kenneth Walker touchdowns, 34.
That man's still breaking tackles on Michigan.
Yes, he is. We'll circle back to both of those. I love how we got both of those games right there out of the way.
It's Wednesday. That dude's still running.
We'll circle back to that in a couple minutes, though. Number 7, Oregon played Colorado. Oregon did not cover the spread. Shocker. Oregon, which is just amazing. Oregon scored 52, didn't cover the spread. Colorado scored 29.
And
what?
Yet that's the playoff team, apparently.
In the what game of the week? Iowa scored 7. Wisconsin 27. The whole state.
When did they get an offense again?
I don't know. The whole state of Iowa decided to fuck me in terms of sports betting in the month of October. Moving on.
I mean, what they do.
Number 10, Ole Miss lost to number 18, Auburn, 31-20. Oops. Number 11, Notre Dame beat North Carolina, 44-34. Why was this game in primetime? Nobody knows. Number 12.
Yeah.
Number 12, Kentucky proves that, well, Kentucky's not a football school. They lost 17-31 to Mike Leach, who hates candy corn, and Mississippi State.
Mike Leach dubs are always good.
Yes, they are. And the who the fuck gives a shit game of the week, and why the fuck was this played? Oh, wait, it had to be because ACC. Wake Forest scored 45. Duke scored 7. If you had money on the over, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Texas A&M, number 14, Texas A&M had a bye. Number 15, Oklahoma State played Kansas. Kansas off the back of that painful defeat to Oklahoma. Kansas is back to looking like Kansas, and meaning
didn't get off the bus.
Meaning they didn't get off the bus. Yeah. Oklahoma State scored 55. Kansas scored 3. Oops. Number 16, Baylor scored 31. They played Texas. The Texas Longhorns are still not back. The Texas Longhorns fans are searching for the Texas Longhorns football team because they're not back. Where they are, nobody knows, but they're not back. Texas scored. Nope. Texas scored 25. Number 17, Pitt played Miami. Miami won 37-34.
Unexplainable.
Whoopty shit. Unexplainable, but whoopty shit.
Ass conference.
In a game that this was supposed to show how good, this was supposed to help boost Cincinnati's resume, or at least one of these teams was supposed to, could have helped boost Cincinnati's resume. Number 19, SMU, who was supposed to be that team, lost to Houston. 44-37.
On a walk-off, kickoff return for a touchdown.
Yes. Moving on.
I mean, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, what the fuck? Moving on. Number 21, San Diego State, fresh off of having Brady Hoke on my TV screen last Tuesday, lost to Fresno State 30-20. Oops.
Oh, Brady.
Number 22, Iowa State, off of beating Oklahoma State, they lost to West Virginia. Huh? 38-31.
Pat's happy.
Pat McAfee's happy. West Virginia fans are happy. Iowa State fans, well, Iowa State's still the most confusing team in all of football. They're trying to see how many times they could jump in the top 25 and then drop out. UTSA had a bye. Number 24, Coastal Carolina played the Troy Trojans.
Did not cover.
They did not cover. Coastal Carolina won 35-28. And in the final top 25 game of the week, Jordan edited the score a little bit here.
I did not do this.
Did I do this seriously?
I did not touch these.
I'm apparently dumb.
I mean, if this is what happened, then man, I 6,666 to 4,449. That's a score. I didn't do that.
I don't know how I apparently did. The final score, number 25 BYU scored 66. Virginia scored 49.
RIP to, I don't know why anybody would put money on this game. RIP to underbetters on that one.
Yeah, if you bet on the under this game, oops. The live total for this game at one point was 130.
And they about got there.
Yeah. But let's wrap back around. I will start because I have most likely less to say, even though I have some to say.
I would assume so. Yeah,
and Ohio State
get Ohio State out of the way.
Is ranked higher than Michigan.
Correct.
Well, they were last week and they still are this week. Ohio State played Penn State, also known as Pants State. They will be called Pants State for the rest of this season and possibly ever.
Thank you, Horace.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Horace, for that one. Ohio State was a 19-point favorite going into the by kickoff at 7:30 on Saturday. Ohio State was about 11 points off of covering that live spread. They scored 9.
I got this spread at 17.5. Same game parlay on this game. That tanked really, really bad.
Yeah.
Penn State had a running back that fumbled on his first carry of the day, and then saw like 3 carries the rest of the game.
Yeah.
All I needed out of him was 35 yards. Didn't get it.
We'll start with that. Penn State's running game. Ohio State's run defense looked good. That was really the only thing Ohio State did right, other than field goal kicking.
A lot of field goals.
This game.
Thought I was watching Michigan.
Yes, I will say that. This game reminded me of the Michigan State game, and how one team was kicking literally only field goals pretty much. But even more so, it reminded me of both the Oregon game and the 2019 Clemson game, where Ohio State
you were very convinced throughout the majority of this game that Ohio State was going to.
Yes, I was. I was convinced from about midway through the first quarter.
I think it was Penn State 7, Ohio State nothing. And Austin was ready to give Ohio State the L.
Yeah, because it literally it was the Oregon game. Everything about it, other than Ohio State's run defense, because, well, the game against Oregon's running back ran for 4 touchdowns on the same play 4 times. Like, it was like they were playing Madden and just called the same play. Oh, hey, 36 zone worked. We're going to run it again. Oh, hey, it worked 2 times in a row. Let's run it a 3rd time. Oh, hey, it still worked.
Reminds me of when Jim Harbaugh once called the same play 11 straight times, and it worked every single time.
That's
against Scott Frost in his first year at Nebraska.
what,
Scott Frost had pissed off Jim Harbaugh.
like that's honestly what this game reminded me of, other than how good Ohio State's run defense was, where just dumb penalty, CJ Stroud. Let me say this out here first. CJ Stroud, you look at his stats, you look at him, he had 12 incompletions. He's been averaging
incompletions, however.
What?
Those incompletions, however.
He's been averaging 11 to 12 incompletions all year. So his incompletions number was about normal. But those 12 incompletions
when he missed
was so bad. He underthrew.
That looked like Cade McNamara until last week.
He underthrew Chris Olave. The nearest defender to Chris Olave on a 4th and 4. CJ Stroud underthrew Chris Olave by about 8 yards. The nearest defender to Chris Olave was 20 yards away because of a busted coverage.
Yikes.
Like, both players just like, who's supposed to cover that guy? Oh, no one? Oh, and the ball still didn't even make it. CJ Stroud, he just looked at point. I don't want to say he looked rattled. He just
off.
Things weren't clicking. It wasn't just with him. The offensive line was uncharacteristically bad pre-snap. Ohio State had 10 penalties. 8 of them were either false starts or snap infractions.
We had a false start on everyone but the center in this game.
That was the center's fault.
I know.
Like, I don't understand why we give that.
Center just didn't snap the ball.
That should be snapping when the quarterback is starting to move. Also, when the running back, the receivers, everybody is moving. When literally 10 of the 11 guys are moving, that's a snap infraction. Like, call it what it is. That's not a false start. That's a snap infraction. I get it. You had it by rule, technically isn't, but like Ohio State had three of those pre-snap offensive penalties in a row.
Yep.
Like, and then the other 2 penalties, I'm gonna say it now. I know Jordan's gonna say it. Big Ten officials are fucking trash.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned it as well, because I know when we get to Michigan, I'll sound like a bitter Michigan homer just because we lost. No, we've been complaining about Big Ten refs all season.
Yeah. Penn State fans don't have a right to complain about the refs because 2 of Penn State's 3 penalties were illegal touching. One of them was when Jahan Dotson ran 7 yards out of bounds, and then, he ran actually in 7's. Actually 7's about right. He was 3 yards out of play and stayed 3 yards out of play, running down the Penn State sideline right in front of James Franklin for about 7 to 8 yards before he went back into the field of play.
Heard you can't do that.
Yeah.
Be very cool if you could.
Yeah. Like, 2 of Penn State's 3 penalties were very much penalties. The third one, because I think Penn State only had 3 penalties, maybe 4. There's 3 that I remember. The third one was a unnecessary roughness that I'm not necessarily a big fan of. It was kind of a weak call. I didn't like it. In my opinion, Penn State got away with a targeting call that was missed. Mayan Williams was a defenseless receiver and took a shot to the ear hole by a Penn State defensive lineman. It was missed, but whatever. I digress.
Targeting calls this weekend were very weird. From the Big Ten.
the reason I'm not upset about that one being missed, because it would have been an incidental contact targeting, which
Right.
let me talk about incidental contact targeting, because Ohio State linebacker Steel Chambers got ejected for targeting on what was essentially incidental contact to Sean Clifford's head as Sean Clifford was Sean Clifford started his slide as Steel Chambers was tackling him,
Right.
or was in the process of tackling him. Steel Chambers started to go down to tackle Sean Clifford as Sean Clifford started the slide. Because Sean Clifford started the slide, it led to incidental contact. His helmet, his face mask got into the upper area of Steel Chambers' helmet, and Steel Chambers got tossed for targeting. I think it's like the targeting rule is so bad. Like, I don't understand how when you have incidental, it wasn't forcible. There was no real forcible contact.
I mean, the
In
worst
fact-
one I've still ever seen is Michigan, Ohio State a few years back, where one of our linebackers was blocked in the back and fell on top of a sliding MSU quarterback. I believe it was Connor Cook. Blocked in the back.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they make helmet-to-helmet contact, and we had a chance to review it, and that player was ejected.
Yeah, I remember that. Funny enough about this targeting that Steel Chambers got ejected for, they also threw both targeting and unnecessary roughness. They waived off the unnecessary roughness because it was incidental contact. But they still called it targeting.
Of course.
Like, I'm 100%. The refs were not Ohio State. Did not cause Ohio State struggles. You gotta call false starts.
Yeah, jeez.
Like, you have to. When that's
Like, I don't know if your center was hung over or what, but
like
he was a big part of 2 snap infractions and the false start everybody but the center.
yeah.
Like, good God, get it together.
And like that's my thing. Like Chris, Mayan Williams got a false start. Okay, Garrett Wilson got a false start. So right there's 2 on backs or receivers, but then you have 3 directly caused by the 3 offensive 5-yard offensive penalties directly caused by the center. Like, come on, it's
Figure it out.
like, yeah, not the ref's fault. Ohio State fans were clamoring for holding and defensive holding all game. They didn't call holding. I don't think they called holding once.
Yeah, Big Ten didn't want to call holding this last weekend.
There should have been some holding calls on Penn State's offensive line. There should have been, but they didn't call it. Penn State wanted. Penn State fans wanted a lot of things called against Ohio State, but the rest just weren't calling things. Again, when Penn State got flagged 3 times, like maybe 4. Penn State fans wanted a defensive pass interference on a ball that was overthrown or thrown over Jahan Dotson's head by 12 yards, and it wasn't called because, well, the ball was not in the same area code. Let's see. Penalties. Penn State apparently had 7. I'm trying to think what.
Didn't seem like it. I did watch all of this game.
Yeah, it definitely did not.
Somehow I had enough in me to watch more football on Saturday.
I don't know how.
I don't. I wasn't even drunk.
Like, back to it though. Like, actually, I think Penn State had like 3 or 4 of half of Penn State's penalties were illegal touching. I know that much. And then there was an illegal man downfield. So I do remember 4 of them, 4 or 5 of them. There was
I mean, those are pretty indisputable
yeah,
things.
there was, I believe, 3 illegal touching, 1 man downfield, so there's 4. The 5th was that weak unnecessary roughness call that wasn't great. Penn State had 1 DPI called on them after the game was in hand. Kind of. This game was never really truly in hand, but 1 penalty called on them, 1 DPI penalty called on them when they were already down, and it didn't really matter much. But yeah, the rest were just bad. It wasn't. Neither team won or lost because of the refs. It just bad. Back to Ohio State. They're better than this. I definitely see them. I think they can go out against Nebraska and blow the doors off Nebraska.
I'm not convinced, and that's not an indictment on Ohio State. But I've just seen what Nebraska can do against good teams. Like, I don't know.
Like
I think you guys will win. I don't know if I can pick Ohio State to cover this week. Don't know if I can do it.
And Penn State on them. This team's not good, but I think they're. I don't know. Penn State. I think Penn State could. Penn State's red zone defense is legit. From the goal line to from the opposing goal 1 yard line to their 20, Penn State's defense is trash. But once that Penn State defense gets into the red zone, they are elite. I will give them that. But God, their offense is just not good. And this was a game, Ohio State, it looked like the 2019 Fiesta Bowl against Clemson, where Ohio State had 7 red zone opportunities. Turnover on downs on 1 of them, a touchdown, and then 5 field goals.
R.I.P.
Like, Ryan Day said it perfectly. Or no, it was 6 red zone. It was either 6 or 7 red zone, and then 4 or 5 field goals, 1 touchdown, something like that, against Penn State. I can't remember the exact number. I think it was 6 and 4. 6. Yeah. Yes. I'm looking. I just had to look over at my notes. 6 red zone opportunities. 1 touchdown, 4 field goals. This Ohio State would have easily covered the spread and would have blown the doors off of Penn State had they scored in the red zone, because like Ohio State had 100 and some odd more yards than Penn State did. Just in terms of team yardage, Ohio State had almost 500 yards of offense. Penn State had 390. Like, it just stupid mistakes on 3rd down. Ohio State went 5 for 14 on 3rd down. Just dumb mistakes because of the penalties, the snap infractions, and just can't finish in the red zone. That's it. I think Ohio State is better than this, and I think they will probably blow the doors off of Nebraska. Moving on to Michigan.
Oh boy.
I want to say two things before you say stuff. Before you take this.
Oh boy.
A, Kenneth Walker is good.
Holy fuck.
He is good. B, actually 3 things. B, number 2, the man on the middle of the screen right now, Jim Harbaugh, is I'm gonna let you take Jim Harbaugh stuff. I could rant about him. I think
I'll do plenty.
a lot of what he did in that second half, what Harbaugh did in that second half, was so beyond questionable. So that's all I got is Jim Harbaugh in that second half against Michigan State. Jim Harbaugh looked like old Jim Harbaugh, where he was just doing dumb shit.
Yeah.
The defensive coordinator, same thing with the defensive coordinator, whoever the fuck the defensive coordinator is.
Mike McDonald.
Just at some point, sell out to stop fucking Kenneth Walker. Like, you could go back and look at that, watch that game. The entire time in that second, while Kenneth Walker is lighting Michigan up, they stay in the same too high safety look, expecting passes. I don't know why. That's it. That's that. And third and final thing that I really have on this, and I'm going to get up for a second and let Jordan take this. Third and final thing, Michigan fans on the internet that are upset about that no call on the defensive holding or defensive pass interference on the penultimate Michigan drive. Shut the fuck up. Shut.
I won't.
Your fucking pie holes.
I won't lie. Live, I wanted it. After the fact, when I'm seeing that there's literally like a pick route. Yeah.
Like,
I don't hate that. I don't hate that call now as much as I did live.
I'd say seeing it live, you kind of look at it, you're like, what the fuck?
Live, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, they called one DPI all day, and it was on us.
Yeah. So. Yeah, you got, like, shut the fuck up. I, first off, obviously will never defend a play that runs pick routes. Like,
no, Austin hates pick routes with passion.
Yes, I do. Because they are offensive pass interference. Like,
I mean, they really are. I mean,
you have a receiver running down the field, blocking downfield. He is essentially an illegal man downfield. But I can't defend that play. If it was a clean, legit route, maybe it'd be a bit easier.
If it's and maybe that's why they didn't call it. I don't know.
I mean,
because they had saw it and they just decided like, oh, well, we don't want to, Instead of calling offsetting penalties, they just decided. Which honestly, I don't know if that's a replay third down or if it goes to fourth down. Fuck it.
Well, it was already fourth down though.
Oh, so replay fourth down, whatever.
Yeah, it will have either been just auto turnover on downs or replay fourth down if it's offsetting penalties. One of the two.
I would imagine. I believe it's replay.
I believe so too. But yeah, Michigan fan, like, shut the fuck up about that. Like,
yeah, that in my list of gripes about the refs from this game, and I'll get to the officials and everything.
The officials in this game, and I was neutral to this, were not good either. And I even tweeted after the end of that game, or after, actually, I think even after that play. It may have been after the game, I don't remember. But I even tweeted, I was like, that no call was the best thing that the only thing the officials have done right all day.
I mean, they botched the game, but we'll get into that and whatnot.
I'm going to get up. I'm going to let you take this for a minute. I will be back.
All right. I really have no idea where to start with my football team, the Michigan Wolverines. We'll I'm going to run through what went on throughout this game, kind of from start to finish. Michigan started very well. Peyton Thorne with an interception on the first drive. That was fantastic. That was phenomenal. And MSU really got away from the passing game as this game went on, and they turned to Kenneth Walker, and well, we all know what happened there, and we'll get to Kenneth Walker as well. First two drives for MSU ended in interceptions. We had Mike Morris and R.J. Moten for Michigan with some good plays. One was a tipped ball. Can't put it on Thorne. Counts against his stats, but it is what it is. Michigan gets ahead. First half really was all Michigan. And if they just finish, we're not talking about it. And I said it to Austin, I said it to Caleb while we were playing games. I said, if Michigan wins, dude, I'm gonna be fucking insufferable. That's because this season so far, everything that we've seen out of this Michigan Wolverines team has been different from years past until Saturday. Jim Harbaugh went back into his own Jim Harbaugh stuff, but again, I will get to it. First Michigan drive ends in a touchdown. I actually lied. MSU had a punt in between interceptions. First drive, 3 plays, 98 yards, touchdown for Andrel Anthony, who that was his coming out party, and where the fuck has he been the entire season? We've lost Ronnie Bell. We have literally 0 playmakers at wide receiver. And then you put Andrel Anthony into this game, and he is... how many yards does he have in this game? Let's see here. 93 yards, 155 yards and 2 touchdowns. An average on 6 catches, average of 25.8. I don't know where he's been, but let's get him the ball. 7-0 Michigan. MSU runs 4 plays, punt. Michigan punts. The second interception by Peyton Thorne. And we settled for some field goals there. MSU gets a touchdown. I don't know if there were many things I had to complain about in the first half of this game. And I'm going to save the stuff with the refs until the end. And I know people are gonna, like I said earlier in the show, call me a Michigan homer. I will get to my point and why I'm even bringing up the refs. I will just say now, they are not the reason we lost this game. But they are worth talking. First half, like I said, not much to complain about. And then the second half. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna get into the Harbaugh stuff now, because Michigan, for whatever reason, just the way they run things, just the way Harbaugh runs things, they will sub out on defense, regardless of whether the offense is subbing or not. And I have 0 clue as to why. It's not really common practice, I don't believe. But hello, welcome back.
Yeah, I've been back for a second, but
okay.
Continue.
Does Ohio State sub out on defense, whether the offense subs or not?
Not very often.
Jim's doing this all the time. And okay, MSU hurries to the line, they burn you once. Okay, whatever. Don't do it again. Simple. Don't do it again. What do? Not change a damn thing.
They do. What do they not do? Or what do they do? They do it.
They continue to sub, and MSU burned us 3 times. We got called for illegal substitution because MSU hurried to the line and Jim's taking players off the field. Now, there was one in this game that I have to bring up, and it didn't actually get called because there was something else. Apparently, we were offsides. I didn't see it because I was focusing on what I was seeing, and that was Michigan trying to get players off the field and the referee getting in their way. Thankfully, that did not get called. But I mean, Christ, 3 times in this game, we got burned for illegal substitution penalties because Jim couldn't adapt. Jim couldn't change that.
And this is part of my Jim just going back to old stupid Jim. I have a cough drop in my mouth, so if I sound a little funny, I apologize to everybody.
Fair enough.
At what point do you just find the package overall where you have, like, obviously there's going to be scenarios where you get in a 3rd and long, you want your pass rushers. You want your rush, as Ohio State calls them, the rushmen.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Or you get into 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, where it's a high probability of a run. You want those guys in. Of course, you're going to have those 2 scenarios, and you might get burnt once or twice on those. But
this was, I think 2 of them happened after MSU got a first down.
And that makes no sense.
It's like, what are we doing?
That's just Jim trying to be like old school Jim, where he's just, I have guys for this, and like, no, you're a major Division I program. You should have guys who can do everything. Like, Michigan State.
The thing is that we do.
Yeah.
That's why he does it.
What? So why do you keep subbing everybody out trying to get, like?
I have no clue. Like I said, happens once, happens twice, big deal. 3rd time, I can't forgive it. Change.
Yeah.
Make adjustments mid-game. Jim didn't do it.
Put your best guys out there, and if they have to stay out there, stay out there. Because that's the thing. It's not like Michigan was getting burnt on, like, 3rd and 16 trying to get their rushers out there, their pass rushers out there. It's not like they were getting burnt on 3rd and a half yard or 4th and a half yard trying to get 9,000 pounds of elephants out there.
I have zero idea.
They were getting burnt on 1st down or 2nd down when just have your dudes out there. Have your best players out there, not your specialty, not your situational guys.
And I don't even know if that's what it is. Like, I don't know.
Or Jim just trying to get, like, if you're just trying to change things up and give a different look to the quarterback, at some point you gotta fucking stop and just leave your dudes out there. Does Jim not think he has dudes?
What, we don't need to give a different look to the quarterback because Peyton Thorne wasn't throwing the ball.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Like, I don't know.
It was Michigan State's dude against Michigan's 11 dudes on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And so why are you trying to give Peyton Thorne a different look with different guys? Get your guys who might be able to tackle Kenneth Walker, which
to be fair, I don't think anybody in the country can.
Yeah. Jordan Williams, big 99 from Georgia, might be able to. But that guy's almost 400 pounds.
So, I don't want this to be just a straight rant, so we're going to break things up here and get into what Michigan and what players did good things in this game.
Okay.
And I would like to start with a humble apology to Cade McNamara. I think we all doubted Cade because that was the way Jim called him, called plays for him, coached him up, told him what to do. And we saw against MSU in East Lansing on Saturday at noon what Cade McNamara can truly do. Jim took the leash off. That's one of the best quarterback games for a quarterback that Michigan's had in ages. I mean, I know, what? His QBR was 88.6, taken down tremendously by the interception. 28-44, doesn't blow you away, right? But he was making throws that we didn't think he was able to make. Did he miss a couple? Sure.
So here's my thing on this. And yes, I think Cade McNamara looked way better this game than he...
I don't want JJ to play the rest of the season.
JJ McCarthy looked terrible. Well, he looked like he just didn't belong out there at points.
And I'll get to JJ, but
he just looked uncomfortable, and you could tell what this goes back to Jim. You could tell what Jim was trying just wasn't working. I mean, he had that one good throw for a touchdown that literally every sports site and ever thought was Cade McNamara.
Yeah, that was funny. I had both Action, which was funny because I didn't have any money on this game, and Action and CBS both say that was a Cade McNamara touchdown. It was indeed JJ McCarthy, and
that was a good throw.
Throwing the ball wise, 3 of 4, 23 yards. Most of it came on that touchdown. One touchdown. Somehow he had a QBR of 0.2.
2 fumbles.
Yes.
One fumble loss. He just looked uncomfortable though at points, and just like Cade McNamara looked comfortable. But I will say, and granted, they play Indiana this week. That one interception sticks with me because that was just a terrible interception.
Cade's interception?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's terrible. I forget who had it for MSU. Let me look this up. I believe it's Xavier Henderson.
Yes. He threw into triple cover, into double coverage though.
Actually, it was Henderson was there and covered as Charles Brantley.
Yeah, he threw into double coverage.
He was making plays with MSU.
He just the decision making on that throw. I will say, before I flat out go out and say, okay, Cade McNamara is better than what I thought, I want to see it again because there is still.
I don't. That throw doesn't bother me. It sucks. The ball's picked.
Because he threw it. He 383, but there was still a lot of yards after catch.
But he threw a deeper ball than we've seen him throw.
That
and
I will agree with.
He showed a stronger arm. He threw into tighter windows. And we hadn't seen that from Cade. He was Jared Goff, but better up until this point of the season. Just checkdowns all the time. And then but we finally needed to lean on him, and Cade showed us what we can do, or what he can do.
I want to see.
He missed some throws. He missed some throws for sure.
If I was a Michigan fan, I would want to see more before I'd flat out say yes. I think he's better than JJ McCarthy. Yes, right now. But
right.
Oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. We're still good, but continue.
But yeah, Cade, okay, I say I don't want to see JJ McCarthy the rest of the year. I don't want to, bench the kid. I don't want to,
The fumble lost was not really. It was his fault.
So,
but because he is responsible for if the ball hits the ground, he's the one who has to fall on it. But
yeah, and I know Jim after the game blamed Blake Corum. It's both of them. It's just it's the mesh of the handoff, and they fucked it up.
Yeah.
And about that play, now I know Doug Karsh, who is Michigan's sideline reporter, came out and said 3 days later that, hey, so the word on that, when JJ was brought in, to start that drive, first play fumble that sets up the go-ahead MSU touchdown. When we had excellent field position.
Yes.
The word then, and this was on the radio broadcast, and it was on Twitter before this play, so I don't know what Karsh is talking about, and I'll get to him in a second, was that Cade was in the medical tent. He took a big hit on the last drive, so they were checking him out. I remember, and I guess I could be wrong, I remember him being in the tent before that. And then Karsh comes out and says that Cade wasn't in the tent until after, which makes zero sense because MSU had a whole drive, not a whole drive. It was 3 and out, but you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if your quarterback's banged up?
Yeah.
Like, you know,
I love the one guy on Twitter. If you're bringing the backup in, give him an easier play like a handoff. But
it was a handoff.
That's exactly what it was. Like, the only easier play you could have is just direct snap.
Look, literally, yeah, right. Like, Wildcat to Blake Corum, something they probably don't even have in the playbook.
Yeah.
Like, what? Makes no sense to me. Literally was just a handoff off right tackle.
Yeah, just bad. Blake Corum tried to go away without the ball, and McCarthy tried to pull away without the ball. Both of them tried to go the opposite way while not having the ball, and
it was just botched.
Yeah,
you know? It is what it is.
It happens. Lord knows, I could say I've seen it happen a lot. I've recovered a lot of fumbles off of that kind of stuff.
So
it happens.
Cade played a great game, in my opinion. I'm not saying he's a great quarterback. We'll see what he does the rest of the season.
He did play good. Yes, he did.
He showed us what I think he's capable of if we need to lean on him. Because MSU, and credit to them, sold out to stop the run. Something we should have been doing in the second half, but didn't.
Yeah, kept playing too high safety.
Yep.
Again.
I mean, Hassan Haskins had 14 carries for 59 yards. Corum, 13 carries for 45. They really did a good job, MSU did, of stopping the run. Cade McNamara with a 20-yard scramble at one point in this game. That was fun to see. Other guys that did great things for Michigan. Aiden Hutchinson, are we even shocked? I mean, that guy's a dude. Played a really good game. And out of nowhere, David Ajabo was all over MSU.
Yeah.
At least Peyton Thorne.
Couldn't tackle Kenneth Walker, but I can. It's Kenneth Walker.
I don't know if anybody in the country can.
Jordan Lewis or Jordan, whatever his name is, out of Georgia. He's the only guy.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe Kenneth Walker's just really that good. I have no idea. I mean, he's really that good. Don't get me wrong. That guy, Kenneth Walker's incredible. But all right, what do I want to touch on next here? Do we go in? Do we go into the officiating? I think now's a good point.
It's up to you. I would say this is your part.
I mean, for me, and again, I will say this right off the bat, so I don't sound like the Michigan fans on the internet that are saying that we lost because of the refs. Because we did not. We absolutely did not. You do not blow a 16-point lead because of the refs. And the biggest overturn call of the game was when we were still in control of that thing.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll lead off. We'll lead off with that.
And here, the one thing I will say about that, because I know what call you're talking about, and I think everybody does.
Yeah.
They give Michigan that touchdown, which I don't know if the ball is stripped.
But that's the thing, you can't tell.
I think Michigan State did catch a break on that one. That's one I would not have overturned personally, because unless there is an angle that Fox did not have that the officiating crew did,
Biggest game of their week. They got 1,000 cameras there. There is no way.
The biggest thing with that, and a lot of people don't seem to think, then it just will have resulted in a tie game. If everything else played out the exact same way it happened.
Which it wouldn't have. I mean, let's be honest. But we got to look at it the way it's presented to us now. And that play essentially took 4 points off the board, and we lost by 4.
Like, if literally everything else happened the way it happened throughout that game, we would have been talking about a tie game going into
the shit fest that is overtime.
Yeah. Now, again, if it was a tie game, you probably don't have Caden McNamara throwing that ball.
If it's a tie game, we don't go for it on 4th down and we kick a field goal to take the lead.
Yeah.
We were in field on the second to last drive.
Yeah, that is true, actually. You're right.
So, I don't know. My thoughts on that, nobody can tell whether or not the ball is out or whether he was down. Nobody can tell. I've seen Michigan State fans tweet these screenshots that there was one that was absolutely hilarious where somebody circled something trying to prove that the ball was out or that Thorne still had the ball and his knee was down. And they circled where the ball was, but David Ajabo's shoulder pad was in the way. So you couldn't see the ball? Like, I don't know what that proves.
So there was an angle that it was the end zone angle that for a second when Peyton Thorne's shin and lower knee hit the ground, it looked like he still had the ball. But it's still...
But again, you can't tell because the ball's in front of Thorne.
It still looked like he had possession, but you still cannot say 100%. And then there's the irrelevant shot that we saw from all the way downfield that we saw safety number whatever. ESP or Fox just kept showing his ass at us for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Like that angle was going to help.
I am not here to argue whether or not the ball was out before his knee was down or not, because nobody knows.
No. We could argue that for about as long as Michigan fans have been arguing that JT Barrett was short.
That is a hill I am still willing to die on. But,
until someone shows me proof, they're wrong.
I mean, it's the same deal, and this call is going to be talked about in the same way. That except we went to review on this one, and this might be one of the most egregious overturn calls I've ever seen. Only because you call it a touchdown on the field. What in that replay, when we can post screenshots days after the game and there's nothing definitive? Where do you have this indisputable evidence that you need to overturn that? Where is it?
Yeah. Like I do agree with that. I think that one was rough. I don't understand how you overturn that one.
Every replay we ever go through, it's always indisputable video evidence. It's not there.
Like, I don't know how you overturn that. I wouldn't have overturned it. Michigan.
Go ahead.
That is the one play where I will look at and say, yes, Michigan State got a break.
Yeah.
Did they get help from the refs? No. But they caught a break there. They got lucky. Sometimes you got to get lucky to win a game. Like, to win a top 10 game, sometimes you got to get lucky. It just happens.
So, for that call, I made my points clear on it. The rest of them, I know there were a lot of reviews in this game. I don't disagree with overturning a lot of the rulings on the field. And
there was one Michigan State drive that we saw 3 reviews in 4 plays. And
right.
I wanted to gouge my eyes out.
and they all got overturned in MSU's favor, and I have zero issue with it. That was the right call. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah. The very first Kenneth Walker touchdown has to be upheld because there's no.
Don't disagree with that.
Even though apparently some Michigan fan found a still image of the ball not in his hand as he crossed the plane, but it's like from like the corner of the end zone if we're talking about the same picture.
Yeah. And you can't tell whether the ball's across the goal line or not.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Like,
I don't know. I feel like did we not have pylon cams for this?
I think they did.
Like, that should be all the evidence we need. I mean, I guess he was holding the ball on his right side, and he was on the left side of the field, so we really wouldn't see it.
Yeah. But
because you can't. I mean, you can try and look at the pylon cam on the complete opposite side of the field, but nothing there.
You're not really going to get enough help from that.
Well, and again, that is a call that you can't overturn it.
Yeah.
In the same way that I think that Aiden Hutchinson touchdown is. But enough about the refs. Like I said, they did not cost us this game. And
the
Michigan
Big Ten
fans,
refs all week were bad, and all season have been.
I mean, it's all season, and I mean, and I know there's somebody out there that's going to listen to this that is going to say that I'm just a bitter Michigan fan. We've been complaining about Big Ten refs all year.
Yeah.
So
I complained about Big Ten refs for about 20 minutes. Well, maybe not that long.
They're atrocious. They are the worst in the country.
Like I tweeted
and
after.
It's not even. It used to be Pac-12. It ain't Pac-12 anymore. Big Ten's got a real problem.
Like I tweeted after the Michigan State game. The only thing the refs did right that game was not call that DPI. They're that questionable DPI on Michigan State when Michigan also could have got called for OPI. Like,
right.
That was the only thing they did right. You go to the other marquee Big Ten game of the week, the Ohio State-Penn State game. They had no control of that game. The refs had no control of this game. This game took almost 4 hours? 5 hours, I mean?
It took 3 hours and 57 minutes. And by the way, I don't have an issue with what Mel Tucker did at the end of the first half when he iced Jake Moody 3 straight times.
You can't take the timeouts home.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, no, that was rough.
Get on with it. Jake Moody hit every single field. He hit 4 field goals in that span. Fox got 2 commercial breaks out of that.
That was rough, but I mean, yeah.
If anybody paid off anybody in this game, because I know there's the MSU paid off the refs. No, if anybody paid off anybody in this game, it was Fox paying off Mel Tucker to call him timeouts.
Right.
Because
somebody sprinted down to Mel Tucker. Hey, we need a couple more commercial breaks real quick.
Yeah. Hey, you think you can ice the kicker 3 straight times so we can get 2 commercial breaks out of this deal? Yeah, that'd be great. Fuck it out. It's like, get on with it. Moody hit them all.
So that game took 3 hours and
57 minutes.
Did I tell you how long Ohio State's was?
I believe you told me it was 5 hours. I don't know if that's true.
Not quite. 4.5.
Jesus Christ.
4.5.
What else?
About 4 hours and 34 minutes. Because it goes back to officials having zero control of the game.
I'll just sum this up really quickly. Josh Gaddis sucks at his job. ROC. He really does. Out of all the people, we revamped everything but Harbaugh. And Josh Gaddis was retained for whatever reason. His offense stinks. Like, the hell are we doing? What else to get to? I guess Jim Harbaugh as a whole.
I was just about to ask that. At what point, like, I mean, yes, you can't argue, especially with the red zone efficiency. Michigan, and I even, like, this game was a 100% identical. And I said the Ohio State Penn State game was pretty similar to the Clemson Ohio State game from 2019. This Michigan State game was almost 100% identical to the Ohio State Clemson game from 2019. The only difference is Ohio State got to a 16-0 lead. Michigan was just up 16.
Yeah.
One team gets up big, gets a 16-point lead. They have a defensive touchdown called off. It's questionable as to whether or not. I think the one in the Ohio State game was way less questionable because T. Higgins took 6 steps before he dropped the ball. But apparently, according to Pac-12 refs, because it was Pac-12 refs calling that game, funny enough.
Jesus.
According to Pac-12 refs, if those 6 steps are sideways, it's not a football move, meaning you don't have possession.
All right, what else to get to in this?
But yeah,
yeah, it's still Harbaugh. Harbaugh as a whole.
Yeah, that's where I was going though. Is at what point can you say that that was my question. Is at what point can you just say, even though the OC is bad, it leads back to him.
Right. And I have defended Jim Harbaugh a lot when a lot of people will not. A lot of Michigan fans will not. Saturday to me was kind of my breaking point. Like,
it's almost indefensible.
It's gotten to the point that it is. Like, how many times are you going to just get out coached and blow games? And it's mainly your fault.
I will say, Mel Tucker, and I said on last week's show when we had Caleb, I said whichever head coach goofed less, that team would win, most likely. Mel Tucker called a pretty good game. Now, granted, when your game plan was give it to 9 or whatever number Kenneth Walker wears.
The thing was that I don't think that was his game plan coming in. Because Kenneth Walker didn't start to really light it up until that second half.
Yeah.
But they knew what was working, and they changed.
Yeah.
God forbid, right, Jim? They made adjustments? No way.
So
It's gotten to the point for me with Harbaugh that he's got to win out this year. If he doesn't win out, beats Ohio State for the first time, potentially sneaks into the playoffs if he does win out, and that's a big if. What are we doing? I mean, we've got a team here, but it's just coaching is. What are we doing?
So I want to also bring this up about Harbaugh because I saw this. I knew Harbaugh has struggled against top 10 teams. I never knew to the extent.
It's terrible.
I never knew to this extent. I knew he struggled against Ohio State and Michigan State.
Not even just top 10 teams. AP ranked teams. He has a losing record.
I would say this graphic I saw was only top 10. He is Harbaugh at Michigan against top 10 teams. 2-13 against non-top 10 teams. 54-10 against Ohio State and Michigan. 3-9. Those 3 wins coming against Michigan State. Hasn't beaten Ohio State yet.
He isn't.
Against the rest of the Big Ten, 35-8. But let's take those bottom 3 stats out. I mean, Ohio State, Michigan State, 3-9. That's not good. Like, it's not.
I mean, against MSU, I mean, what do you want to do?
Like, let's take that out.
Obviously, I'd be more thrilled if we just dominated them, but they've had a program. So him being under 500, I guess by default, because this was the 7th game. It is what it is. They aren't. No matter who wants to say it, Mike Hart, Taylor Lewan, they ain't little brother anymore.
But let's they
haven't been for a while.
Let's take those bottom 3 out and go back to the top one on that. 2-13 against top 10. Like, he's
so bad.
2-13 against top 10 teams.
It's so bad.
You have a program that obviously this year they didn't get ranked in the top 10 till week 7, I think.
I don't 7 or 6, somewhere in there.
Yeah, but against all of the other they have a team that on paper should be a upper echelon team, but when they compete against those upper echelon teams, when they compete against and obviously they had the Alabamas, the Ohio States, the Georgias, the Oklahomas.
Right,
What?
I think out of those we played Ohio State obviously every year and Alabama once in a bowl game.
Yeah. Like when you're competing against those teams, when you're competing against those teams that I just listed, or Oklahoma or Clemson, when Clemson, like, I'm not saying obviously they don't play those teams every year, other than Ohio State.
No.
But
yeah. By the way, I saw somebody, a Michigan State fan, suggest that Michigan move the game with Ohio State to around about, well, really any time other than the end of the season, and play MSU to end the year.
that man needs to have his permit for living on this planet revoked.
Mm-hmm.
Needs to
You
be.
can't move that game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, at what point can you just look at it and be like, this isn't working? With a record like that and against top 10 teams.
I mean, literally, in a sensible world, the only thing that he should be able to do to save his job is beat Ohio State this year.
Yes.
But I don't even if he goes out and loses, I don't think he's going anywhere. Because again, we weren't expected to do anything this year.
So here's my thing. And obviously you sit and this is the only thing I would say to not fire Harbaugh this year, and then I'm assuming after that you want to move on to NFL.
Yes.
Unless you have a bit more. We'll have to do a quick rundown of the top 25, which I'm pulling up here in a second too. Right now, a head coaching search this offseason is going to be terrible.
Yeah, it's going to stink.
Like, that is the only thing I could say for not firing Harbaugh now. Because I know whatever you want to love Luke Fickell at Michigan.
Like I mentioned that to you last night, and I don't think it's going to happen.
There is a less than one, like, there is a 0.5% chance of that happening.
Yeah, I mean, in theory.
Because Luke Fickell is so deeply embedded in Ohio State that he won't coach a Big Ten team.
I mean, he turned MSU down.
Just the way he has talked about it, about coaching someone a rival to Ohio State, I should say. Like, I think he would turn Alabama or Clemson down.
Maybe.
Yeah,
it's hard to say.
But
that'd be like a dream. That'd be like a dream scenario almost in a way.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll happen because, well, first off, Harbaugh's not getting fired.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's just not.
But that's where I was about to lead.
Not a chance in hell.
That's what I was about to lead. Like, first off, Michigan right now no matter what Michigan fans say, and you might disagree with me when I say this, I don't think Michigan's a dream scenario for anyone right now with where this team, like, I just don't think it is.
I don't know. Like I said, we have a good team here. Receivers need work. But
some of the best, some of your dudes, like, they're gonna be leaving.
I mean, yeah, Hutchinson's gone. Ronnie Bell's a senior. Josh Ross is a senior. Cade's gonna be here another year potentially.
But you would hope you would have JJ McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy's there.
Honestly.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with Cade is that I don't know. I feel like that transfer portal is gonna get hot on one of those two.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. I don't necessarily.
I really do hope it's not JJ because Cade's already a junior. So
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like it's not, especially with the way transfer portal is now. You get some of these hardball recruits. He leaves, he's gone. They might be gone. It's hard to say with that. And right now, I honestly think, I mean, LSU and USC, and in my personal opinion, Florida, because I think Dan Mullen's going to be out by the end of the year down at Florida. Just, I think just off of what that Florida Gators team was last year and what they became this year, I get it. You lose your starting quarterback, and then you also lose Kyle Pitts. I would not be shocked if Dan Mullen is gone after this year too. You like those 3 jobs right there, honestly, have more allure than Michigan, because especially USC.
USC, I would say yes.
Because you have a much clearer shot to the playoff. You don't have to go through the nuclear powered buzzsaw that is Ryan Day's Ohio State program.
Yeah, USC is probably a more alluring job. Florida, I feel like, is right about on par, just because you also have to go through Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah.
Who was the other one you mentioned?
LSU. And they're kind of just questionable.
And vice versa. Yeah, same thing. Like, you have to run through 2 powerhouses.
Yeah.
So USC, if there's a coach who comes in there and is able to just run through everything, because let's be honest, the US or the Pac-12 does not have like just a perennial fucking powerhouse.
Elite team.
Yeah, Oregon's the closest thing they got. And who knows? They'll probably die off in 2 years and it'll be somebody else.
Like they kind of always do.
It's just the way the Pac-12 works.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. Anything else on Michigan? We've been on this for a while, but I knew I had a lot to say. I knew this was going to take a while. But the
NFL is not going to take that long.
No, I have minimal opinions on the Lions, and I'll put them out there pretty quick.
I don't have a lot on the Bengals. So you got anything else on Michigan, or are we set?
Let's see here. Touched on the rest. Touched on the fact that the refs didn't cost us the game. Praised Cade. Talked about Jim. Talked about Aiden and David Ajabo. Won't get into it, but the red zone offense needs improvement big time. Yeah, and win out in a normal scenario and not at Michigan, anywhere else. Jim Harbaugh would need to win out to save his job, but he's probably safe already. So that's about it. You run through the top 25 and run through the scores, and I'll be right back.
Okay, so
and then we'll get into Lions and Bengals.
Yeah, top 25. I'm gonna do this from 25 down to 1 this week. Number 25 is Pitt. Number 24, San Diego State. Fresno State 23, Iowa 22. I don't know how they're ranked still, but they are. Number 21, Wisconsin. Number 20, Minnesota. Number 19, North Carolina State. Number 18, Kentucky. Number 17, Mississippi State. Number 16, Ole Miss. Number 15, BYU. Number 14, Texas A&M. Number 13, Auburn jumping back up there. Number 12, Baylor. Number 11, Oklahoma State. Number 10, Notre Dame. Number 9, Wake Forest, their first top 10 appearance, I believe, program history. Number 8, Oklahoma. Number 7, Michigan. Number 6, Cincinnati. Number 5, Ohio State. And your college football playoff for the number 1 seed, Georgia. The number 2 seed, Alabama. The number 3 seed, Michigan State Spartans. And number 4, the Oregon Ducks. That is your top 25. Your college football playoff matchups, if they were to start today, which, well, they don't. But anyway, would be Georgia, Oregon, Alabama, Michigan State. That is your college football top 25 college football playoff top 25 for week 9. Moving on to week 8. NFL, yes, week 8 NFL. Sorry, I had to think for 1 second. We will start with Thursday Night Football. Pull my notes up here. There we go. Oop, wrong scene. Wrong. The NFL recap from Week 8. Thursday Night Football. The Green Bay Packers beat the Arizona Cardinals 24-21. The Carolina Panthers. Moving on to Sunday. Carolina Panthers beat the Atlanta Falcons 19-13. That's a number. The Miami Dolphins played Buffalo. Buffalo struggled, but they ended up winning. This game was closer than the score looks. Buffalo won 26-11. San Francisco 49ers beat the Matt Nagy-less Chicago Bears.
Still love the Bills, by the way.
What?
Still love the Bills.
The San Francisco 49ers beat the Matt Nagy-less Chicago Bears 33-22. I don't know what to say about this game. That's it.
I got nothing. That was a shit fest.
Yep. Pittsburgh beat the Cleveland Browns 15-10. Speaking of shit fests,
Good lord.
the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Detroit Lions 44-6. Jordan, you just want to take what you gotta say here now?
Just run through the score. We'll get to it.
Okay. Tennessee Titans beat the Indianapolis Colts 34-31 in overtime. Big news, though. Derrick Henry most likely will be out for the season. The Cincinnati Bengals played the New York Jets. The Bengals lost 31-34 behind a putrid run game. The Bengals at one point had -7 yards.
Will Mike White haunt you for the rest of your life?
No, because I'm going to say what I have to say about the Bengals now.
Okay.
Because I honestly don't have a lot to say. This is just kind of what I expected.
Did you really expect them to lose to the Jets, though?
I thought the Bengals... Let me rephrase it. This is the Bengals team I was expecting. Like, I thought the Bengals
not necessarily this game, but
yes. I thought the Bengals would beat the Jets because the Jets are just so terrible. But this is exactly...
They are hot ass.
This is like the Bengals team that I expected. Like, you can't expect Joe Burrow to go out and throw 400 every game and win. The Bengals have no ball control. They're not really a good team. And this just goes to prove what I said after they beat the Ravens last week. This Bengals team looks similar to what they did last year. They have one more win than what they did last year because they only had 4 wins last year. But last year, the Bengals beat the Tennessee Titans, who lost in a playoff game. They were a playoff team, but lost in a surprise win. That win against the Titans last year was a surprise win. They beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, who at the time only had 1 loss when the Bengals beat them. Yes, the Steelers ended up proving that they were kind of fraudulent because they were a one-trick pony with no running back and no offensive line.
And now they have a running back with no quarterback and still no offensive line.
Yeah, Najee Harris is at least a dude, though.
He's very much a dude. I love Najee.
The Bengals beat 2 playoff teams last year in huge surprise upset wins. One of those, the game against the Steelers, was with the COVID emergency quarterback.
Still makes no sense.
Yeah. This Bengals team just looks like they were last year, where they get 2 surprise wins. This year, their surprise win is against the Ravens. They don't got that other surprise win yet. Well, actually, you could very well say Pittsburgh, because Pittsburgh's looking kind of good again. They're starting to find.
You didn't. You don't think the win against the Lions was a surprise win?
No.
Fair enough.
Like, the Bengals beat teams that are bad. Like, they lost to the Packers, no shock. I mean, the game was closer, but no shock. They beat the Jags, no shock. They beat the Vikings, a little surprising, but the Vikings are ass. They lost to the Bears, which is inexplicable. Because both Andy Dalton, who had to leave with injury, and then Justin Fields, who he just didn't have a good game because he came off the bench cold. Matt Nagy brought Justin Fields off the bench, and the first play Matt Nagy called for Justin Fields was a throw that ended up having to carry 30 yards downfield. Like, huh? Your quarterback, you're bringing your quarterback.
That's Matt Nagy for you.
Yeah, you're bringing your quarterback cold off the bench, and you're gonna have him arm punt one down the field. Like, you don't even give him a check down. What? They
Wish I could tell you.
lose to the Bears. They get that kind of surprise win against the Steelers, even though the Steelers are kind of on that little mini skid. Beat the Jags, no shock. Beat the Lions, again, really no shock. The Lions don't seem to have a pulse.
R.I.P.
They beat the Ravens, big shock, and then they lose to the Jets because this Bengals team is a one-trick pony. Mike White turned the ball over. The Jets turned the ball over 3 times on their first 3 drives. The Bengals all had
Mike White found his groove.
The Bengals had the ball in Jets territory. All inside the Jets 20, their first 3 offensive drives, and only came away with 7 points. Because this Bengals team is lost. Like, they have nothing. They're not as good as what they think. What they show. They're just the same as last year. Right now, unless the Bengals beat the Cleveland Browns this week, that win against Baltimore last week was meaningless. Moving on, the Los Angeles Rams beat the Houston Texans 38-22 in a game that looks...
What fuck was this game?
No, this is... Like, no panic for LA. No panic.
38-0. Houston scores 22 points in 9 minutes.
I mean, did you see who the Rams had playing, though?
I know, but
no. Bad beat for bettors.
I was gonna say that's the only whoa, they were never in danger of losing. But yeah, R.I.P. spread bettors on that game.
I stayed away from this game in terms of actual betting. I had the Rams in the picks, but
the fix is in. Luckily for us, though, I believe we got the Rams at a different spread. That spread went up a lot.
It did.
From the podcast until Sunday. It went up like 3 points.
Like this,
I think we had him at 14.
No
14 and a half.
No panic for the Rams. Like, this game's not close. The Rams were never in danger.
Yeah, no, not a chance.
Matthew Judon and the New England Patriots beat the LA Chargers 27-24. Jacksonville
look a little lost right now.
What?
Chargers look a little lost right now. I know Matthew Judon's a dude and everything, but Justin Herbert last 2 games, I know they had a bye mixed in there as well. Has not looked very good. Got to get it figured out. They got a good team. They got a good chance in that division. So I hope they don't waste it.
The Jacksonville Jaguars played the Seattle Seahawks in a game that could have been really good if Russell Wilson was playing.
Well, I don't know if it would have been good.
It would have been at least it would have been fun to watch because Russell Wilson versus Trevor Lawrence for a little bit, but instead we got Geno Smith versus Trevor Lawrence.
Guys like Geno Smith, Mike White, Trevor Siemian. There's another goofball that won a game this week. I don't remember who it was.
Cooper Rush.
Yes, Cooper Rush with Dallas. We'll get to that in a second. Weird year in the NFL. Weird year.
Seahawks won 31-7. Moving on. The Washington football team played Denver. Denver won 17-10.
WFT's, a fucking football team, red zone offense stinks. It's like watching Michigan.
A Michigan guy, Tom Brady, said that that defensive players are dumb. And then Tom Brady looked kind of dumb because he struggled a little bit against the New Orleans Saints.
Not a good game for Tom, that's for sure. Saints defense, although their offense might be in shambles a little bit. Saints, I don't want to say that. They scored 36. But Saints defense still pretty good.
Yeah.
So they gave Tom some fits.
Old Tommy boy, 6 days after saying defenders are dumb, well, he struggled. Saints won 36-27.
They hurt him.
Yep. Sunday night football in a game that could have been good if Dak was playing.
Why did I have money on this game?
Why did I have money on this game?
Fucking hell.
Dallas won 20-16. Cooper Rush played better than I thought, but it just, who the hell cares? And then moving to Monday night, Travis Kelce wants to punch Patrick Mahomes in the face, or at least I would if I were him, because Patrick Mahomes looks fucking lost. Like, I want to talk about this game for just a brief minute. The score, the Kansas City Chiefs won 20-17. The Giants aren't really good.
No, they are not.
The Chiefs defense showed signs of life when the Kansas City Chiefs needed their defense. The defense stepped up.
Yes.
I will give them that.
For once.
Because the offense sure as fuck didn't step up.
Hell no.
On the final Kansas City offensive drive, Patrick Mahomes was staring at a wide open Travis Kelce and just took a sack. Like, and you could see the look on Travis Kelce's face when they were walking off because they had to kick the field goal. He just kind of looked like, what the fuck?
Right.
Patrick Mahomes, and I tweeted about
he hits that throw last year. I don't know what's going on with him.
Like, I tweeted this after that game. Patrick Mahomes, I'll just pull the tweet up, most likely, because I haven't tweeted a lot since then. He's broken and has no clue how to fix things. Patrick Mahomes is still an elite quarterback. There are some murmurs that he's got that big contract and now he's just a bust and a waste of money. That's no. But right now, something
you are paying $400 million for this, though.
Well, yeah, like something right now mentally just is not clicking for him, and I don't. And because of it,
it'll come out after the season that he's like banged up or something.
And because of it, he's just has no confidence. He's trying to do too much because he has no confidence, and you're seeing him overcompensate for it.
And I mean, he's used to making absolutely ridiculous plays. So,
and I did not watch the main telecast. I watched the Monday Night Manning telecast.
Of course,
Peyton said at some point Patrick Mahomes just needs to know when to take the smart play, and right now he doesn't seem like he wants to.
To be fair, I don't know if he ever really has. Like Mahomes has always kind of been that guy that really just more often than not things work out for him, but he's like doing things. It's like this shouldn't work, but it did for a long time. Right now, it's not working. But
and
I don't
also,
think, they'll get it figured out.
Side note to all of these people who were saying, "Oh, the Buccaneers defense figured the Chiefs out." No, they didn't.
No, they were fucking banged up. O-line, that Kansas City O-line didn't exist.
Like that, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did not figure the Kansas City Chiefs out.
I didn't know there was people saying that.
There are still a lot of people saying that from the Super Bowl last year. Like, they didn't. It's just right now something isn't clicking because you look at the first couple, especially you look at that game against the Browns. You look at those first couple games of the season for the Chiefs, where the offense was still playing good, the defense was just bad. Like, they obviously weren't figured out.
No.
Like, yeah, they lost to the Ravens in week 2 by 1 point, 36-35, because the Kansas City defense gave up 35 or 36.
Yes, they did.
In a game that they wouldn't have lost had the backup running back not fumbled the ball.
Yes. Correct.
Because that game against the Ravens, I believe that's when Clyde Edwards-Helaire had to go or went down with an injury, and they had Darrell Williams in, and he put the ball on the turf.
They did.
And that ended up being why the Chiefs lost. Like, the Chiefs offense isn't figured out; they're beating themselves. Take away with the what you have to say on the Lions.
Not a lot, but holy shit. Me and you and a lot of other people really thought the Lions were getting their first win this week.
Yes.
In typical Detroit Lions fashion, they played their worst game of the season in a game that should have been winnable. I don't know what the fuck. Dan Campbell did not call a good game this time. There's people already calling for his job. It's not going to happen.
I don't like that.
This season's a wash for me with Dan. If he's still, doing things like he did Sunday next year, when in theory the team should be better, then maybe we start to talk about that. But for me, I not ready to fire MCDC quite.
So I'm going to stop there real quick, just for a second, on Dan Campbell, because I knew you were going to bring that up. I am not. I give him 3 years. If in 3 years this team is still ass, then it is him. Yeah, he didn't look great this week. He didn't look great against the Bengals 2 weeks ago. But
yeah, it's just you can't fire a guy when you got a practice squad out.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do?
Also, real quick, some especially talk about putrid rushing. The Bengals have putrid rushing, but here's the rushing stats. Here's your leading rusher every game so far. 54 against San Francisco. Jared Goff with 46 against Green Bay. DeAndre Swift 47 against Chicago. Williams had 66. 57 against Minnesota. 24 against the Cincinnati Bengals. 57 against the Rams, and then 27 against the Eagles.
Yeah, running game sucks. Sounds like we're getting Taylor Decker back potentially this weekend, so that'll help.
Next weekend.
Oh yeah, we're on a bye. I forgot.
As a 14-point underdog.
Yes. What was it? Or was it that spread went down? I think it's 13 now.
Oh, 13 and a half.
Yeah.
I still think I might take bye week.
BetMGM fucking really roasted us with that one. Fucking released the odds for the week. Lions bye week plus 540 minus 13 and a half.
I still think I might take that.
I'm might take bye week.
Yeah.
After what the Lions just did, fuck.
I might take bye weekend.
Holy fuck, Jared Goff stinks. He stinks. He has now thrown the ball away, and I'm going to get to what he said about this throw here in a second. He has thrown the ball out of bounds on 4th down twice this year.
Oh, Joe Mixon.
He had about 9 yards of space in between the left defensive end for the Eagles. I don't know who it was. 9 yards of space between him and his defensive end. Defensive end just destroyed our right tackle. Whoever the fuck's playing over there these days. And Goff has, I told you this. Between Jared Goff and a coffee cup at quarterback for the Detroit Lions, I don't know which one I'd choose because they have the same amount of pocket awareness.
Yeah.
How do you take that sack? What are you doing, Jared? Dear Lord. At this point, fucking... Now, again, I don't want to draft Matt Corral number 1 overall.
I think you have to take him.
You might have to.
I legit think you have to take him at number 1.
And the guys we got in the front office now, I really do think can draft a good team. We got, John Dorsey, who's drafted a good team with Cleveland. Brad Holmes was a big part in why the Rams drafted so well, when they actually believed in the draft. So I think we'll make some good selections this year. You might have to take Matt Corral number 1 overall. You really might. Maybe is it too high? Yeah, probably. Or maybe trade back a little bit. Trade back to maybe number 5.
Yeah, it depends on who's. It depends on who's
too
below
far
you.
back. Yeah. Right. I mean, right now we're looking at the Jets and the Jags, and the Texans will probably take him. So I don't know.
Those two teams don't need one, but
Texans do.
yeah. I say the
Deshaun
Jets,
Watson's
Jags
still
don't,
there, but I wouldn't be surprised if he never plays a game again.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. I'm lost in the Lions. I don't know what to expect out of them anymore. I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't have expectations that we were going to be good by any means this season, but they play so well and lose close games against some of the best teams in the league, like LA, Baltimore. Minnesota's not one of the best teams in the league, but they're solid. They're just kind of middle of the pack, and play so well against them. And then, I didn't think it was going to get any worse in the Bengals game, where we just got our cocks kicked in. But we got our fucking cocks kicked in.
Like,
and so one last thing, and then we can move on to the picks, I do believe.
Yep.
About Jared Goff he was asked about throwing the ball out of bounds on 4th down.
Oh,
for now the
I pressed the
second
button
time
too
this
early.
year. Oops.
Pressed
Jared
the
Goff
loser button too early.
said this is from Pride of Detroit on Twitter, SB Nation blog for the Lions. Jared Goff said he wasn't trying to throw the ball away on 4th down. Ball came out high, called it a physical mistake, not a mental one. Why didn't he just say he just sucks at being a quarterback? That's essentially what he said means.
So in other words, Jared Goff is a
loser.
Man, I didn't expect him to be good, but I didn't expect him to be this bad.
Like, I don't know.
Loss of Frank Ragnow really is hurt.
Like,
since we haven't had him, he's looked even worse. And Frank Ragnow's our best offensive lineman. Getting Taylor Decker back is going to be big. Sewell, as he continues to grow and get better. I mean, he's had his growing pains, and you can't blame him. He's been a left tackle forever, and we've had him at right tackle without Decker. I think we keep him at right tackle, honestly, because Decker ain't a part of the long-term future. Let him improve. You want to move him back to left tackle later? Do it. I mean, that's what he's best at. But right now, put him at right tackle, see if it sticks for me. Shall we move on to the pick?
Real quick, and the Lions, your two best quarterbacks.
It's just a wash.
Two best just on the quarterbacks. The two best quarterbacks right now realistically will look like they're either going to be Matt Corral or Malik Willis.
Still don't like Malik Willis.
Well, I mean, he's good.
He's good, but again, it's Liberty.
Division I team.
But look at what they're playing against. Look at how he's struggled against teams like Louisiana Monroe. I can't pull the trigger first round on Malik Willis.
Like,
Matt Corral, the talent. Matt Corral, I think the talent's there.
Like,
and you can do something with him. And Malik Willis might be the same way. By the way, the dude has calves bigger than my arms.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, his calf.
Like,
Malik Willis clearly does not skip leg day.
No. Like,
throw that out there.
The Lions have to look at one of those two. Have to be looking at one of those two right now. I think the Kayvon Thibodeau talk has to be gone. The Detroit Lions.
I mean, for me, like, there's so many positions of need. I don't care which one we address. Quarterback is a main one right now, but
the big thing, and this is why I don't. Did the Matthew Stafford trade happen before or after the draft last year?
Before. It was announced in January, not official until March. We did get a pick, first round pick out of that.
For this year, though.
We got two first. We got one last year, one this year.
Okay. So this is why I don't get why you don't draft a quarterback last year. I mean, yeah, you took Panay Sewell, who, again, generational offensive talent. offensive line
Yeah,
talent.
he'll get there, and he's gonna be. I mean, even with his quote unquote struggles, he grades top 10 for right tackle when he was drafted as a left tackle.
Yeah.
He grades top 10, youngest player in the league, and some people, casual people, are calling him a bust. It's just
And-
like,
But the thing is, like, this, other than Matt Corral, Malik Willis, this quarterback class isn't great.
no. If you don't get one of those, if one of those two are not on the table for you guys, then do not draft one this year. Go elsewhere. If you don't like Matt Corral, you don't like Malik Willis, go elsewhere. Get a quarterback in a better quarterback class.
But the
But-
thing is, next year's class,
Probably not much better.
like Spencer Rattler. That's it.
And we don't even know if he's any good.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Who else? DJ Uiagalelei?
No,
Yeah. Like-
no. No, thank you.
The next two quarterback draft classes are not great. I mean, Bryce Young, I think next year would be in next year's class, maybe. I think.
I like Bryce Young. I really do. And I Alabama quarterbacks in the NFL don't always pan out, but Bryce Young's really good. I would not be opposed to Bryce Young. Right now, I would not.
Yeah, like it's either you take a quarterback this year in Matt Corral or Malik Willis, or you take Bryce Young next year if he comes out. If he's,
Fuck, you can take them both.
yeah,
You can take Matt Corral this year, play him, trade Jared Goff for a bag of deflated footballs, and
I don't even think you'd get footballs out of him. You'd get like hockey pucks.
I mean, that's fine. I don't care what we get for him. Retain salary. I don't care. What does it matter?
Give me the hockey
not
pucks I'll send
we're-
those to the Red Wings.
We're not up against the cap. Retain some salary. Send him out of town. He's better than some other people's options. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not saying much, but yeah, I mean, he's better than that. So
Moving on.
just gotta figure some stuff out. But yes, let's do the picks.
The picks. I am 68 and 67 in NCAA. Jordan is 62 and 73.
Dude, I had a fucking brutal week last week. Let me pull up the overall leaderboard. I had my worst week since week 3. We were really we had the same record for 3 straight weeks. 6, 7, and 8. Austin had 8 correct. I had 7. Austin over 500. I was not. And then this last week. I mean, it's not a big drop off. I got 6 right, but man, I gotta figure some stuff out in college. Let's get into the game. The first game of the picks is actually already final. We had some action. It was Central Michigan versus Western Michigan. Central plus 10.5.
I took Central.
Ooh. Did you?
Fire up chips. I did. Because I even had Central to cover the spread in my college football parlay for the night. I went with fire
really
up
believed
chips.
in the chips.
I did.
You really believed in the chips.
I did.
I did as well.
I was waiting for you to say I did not.
10.5. I took it. A lot of points, and they wind up winning. Central Michigan Chippewas win the victory cannon. Big deal for Central Michigan. Fire up chips.
I had the chips. I believed in them.
We move on. Battle.
But it was Northern Illinois that fucked me.
I mean, Maction fucked me a night ago. So
Yeah.
it is. We got 2 military academies here. We got Army West Point at Air Force. Army getting 2.5. Air Force is 6-2. Army 4-3. Air Force, I do believe, also runs the triple option,
They were a slightly different version of it.
but in essence.
Yes.
This one's hard for me.
This one's
I'll
neutral
turn
site
it
field
over
in
to you.
Arlington, Texas, by the way.
Ooh.
Could be a fun one. 3:30 or 11:30 game. Ugh.
Gross. What the fuck is this?
I
I can't wait for Army Navy though. That's
Yeah.
always fun.
am going with the Air Force. The Air Force defense is just a little bit better than at least scoring defensive wise, and the yards per game defense, the overall yardage, you're looking at a 6-yard difference, not a big deal. But scoring defense, especially in a spread this small at 2.5, give me Air Force.
I am going Army simply because of what they did with Wake Forest in that absolute offensive shit fest a couple weeks back when Army did lose. They allowed 70 points, but I think they scored 56. Absolutely insane. I'm taking Army to cover and win. Number 1 team in the country, Georgia. They are at home, 8-0 on the season. They face off with Mizzou. Missouri getting 37.5.
Give me the Bulldogs.
This is what I'm going to regret. I am taking Missouri plus 37.5 because the Georgia offense, I mean, you never know. Too good of an opportunity to pass up if you're giving me this many points. Georgia's going to blow them out, but Missouri might not score. But has Georgia's offense scored 37 all year?
They're averaging 39 a game.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm sorry, 38.4.
I'm rethinking it, but fuck, give me Mizzou. That's a lot of points for this point in the season. By the way, we are picking every Big Ten game again. I'm going to try and keep that trend going, as well as some good matchups throughout the week. Illinois, who the fuck knows what they are? They are on the road. They are traveling to take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Row the boat, PJ Fleck. Minnesota ranked 20th in the college football playoff. Let's go, PJ Fleck. Minnesota is minus 14.5.
Give me Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I can't pick Illinois. Give me row the boat.
Yeah, can't do it. Minnesota, after a rough start to the year, has really turned things around. So Minnesota's an easy pick for me. Here we go. Ohio State, minus 15.5. And they're on the road. Ain't a night game like Michigan had at Nebraska, but on the road. And if that Nebraska crowd fires up like they did for Michigan, which I'm sure they will, could be interesting. Nebraska, a 15.5-point home dog. I don't know why I'm asking you, but who do you got?
I don't think Ohio State's going to have a performance like they did against Penn State. I just don't. Nebraska isn't good. Adrian Martinez, how the hell is he still a junior?
Been there forever.
Isn't good. Give me Ohio State.
So this will come as no surprise to you because I've been saying for weeks now that Nebraska is kind of sneaky good.
They're not, though.
They're not. Don't get me wrong. They're sneaky okay.
Okay, that's slightly better.
They're not good by any means. Don't get me wrong. I am going to take Nebraska in the points. Home game for Nebraska. I think they'll play Ohio State a bit tougher than you might expect. I mean, the sample size with Oklahoma, MSU, and Michigan, the fact that they played them all tough, and I think they covered all three of those games. Well, the Michigan-Nebraska, I believe, was a push. Gotta take Nebraska.
But then you look at their record against the terrible teams, though. It's. I mean,
They don't make sense. That I will admit. They do not make sense. But I'm going to take Nebraska. Not a lot of people with me. Only 15%. Tough one for both of us. Number 16, Ole Miss, and Matt Corral, who I love so very much. They are minus 9.5 at home against the Liberty Flames and Malik Willis, who we have chosen week in, week out, sometimes to our own fault. I will let you take it away.
I don't know about this game because Matt Corral's listed as questionable.
Malik Willis is too, I do believe.
Well, he didn't make the injury report.
On CBS.
I want to take Liberty. I really do.
Uh-oh.
I really, really do. I just don't think I can. I can't. Like, I hope, because I just don't like Lane Kiffin, I hope Liberty goes out and proves me wrong and wins.
Jesus.
This will be the only time.
That'll be.
This would be the only time ever you might be able to hop on Liberty money line. By the way.
Ooh, that'd be a tempting bet. There'll probably be. CBS is probably 282. You really have to think about it. Backdoor cover. We'll talk about it.
But I'm gonna go with Ole Miss. I think Matt Corral, if he ends up playing, is just slightly better.
Yeah, I think Matt Corral.
So give me Ole Miss.
In weeks past, we have said, give me liberty or give me death. I am choosing death. Give me Ole Miss. Minus 9.5.
Yeah, I am too.
Ole Miss, even after what they did a week ago, hopefully they bounce back. I can't pick Liberty. I don't even know what fucking conference.
They're an independent.
Oh, even better.
They are a Division I independent.
Cannot do it. Ole Miss minus 9.5. The number 6 team in the college football playoff rankings, Cincinnati. They are a 22.5 point favorite against Tulsa at home. Tulsa 3-5. Cincinnati obviously undefeated. 87% of the people are on Cincinnati. Who do you got?
Some people would say I'm a man of the people. Those people are wrong.
What?
Tulsa, the Tulsa Golden Hurricane, or whatever the fuck they are. Yeah, they're the Golden Hurricane because Tulane's the Green Wave. Again, whatever.
Correct.
Tulsa, even though they are 3-5, against top 25 teams, they are incredible. At least against top 25 teams in terms of covering the spread. Some absurd stat that I saw earlier this year when they played Ohio State. Ohio State was a 14.5 point favorite. They only won by 14. Tulsa covers the spread against top 25 teams. I don't know how, but they do. But give me Tulsa. Continue that trend.
If I remember correctly, Ohio State was a 49.5 point favorite on Tulsa.
No, that was Akron.
Fair.
They were I think only a 2 touchdown favorite against Tulsa.
Jesus, really?
Yeah. Because it was right after the Oregon loss.
You put that out there against top 25 teams. I'm going to go with their ATS record overall. Cincinnati has a 5-2 record against the spread. Tulsa 3-4. I got to go Cincinnati. I can't do it. Not enough points. Big Ten action. Penn State is somehow is ranked 22nd. No idea how. Battle of 5 and 3 teams here. Penn State minus 10.5 on the road. 82% of the people are on Penn State.
Don't you mean Pants State?
I do indeed. Penn State it is. They'll be wearing white pants. We can be assured of that.
Give me Pants State. I can't take Maryland.
Cannot do it.
Maryland started off hot, went I believe 5-0 to start, and then now they're 0-3, or maybe they went 4-0 and then are 1-3 something. But Maryland's terrible.
They really are, and you're not giving me enough points to warrant taking Maryland. So I won't do it. I can't do it. Give me Penn State. Navy, 2-6 on the season. They travel to Touchdown Jesus, Notre Dame Stadium to take on the Fighting Irish. Navy getting 20.5.
I am taking the Navy midshipman.
There you go.
Has nothing to do with the triple option. Nothing. I mean, it does a little bit, but it has more so to do with how little I trust Notre Dame. You give me this score. You give me this against any other top 10 team, I would say, okay, I would probably take any other top 10 team.
And Notre Dame is somehow a top 10 team. Don't understand how.
You give me any team 1 through 9. I obviously picked fucking Cincinnati a few weeks ago. You give me any team 1 through 9, I would take any team 1 through 9. You give me Notre Dame, who I have literally less than zero faith in. Give me Navy.
Yeah. Me and Navy are on a hot streak. So I've been on the Navy midshipman ever since the Cincinnati game. Taking Navy again. Have to do it. And it has a lot to do with the triple option for me. It's tough to cover when you're throwing 15 passes a game like they did against Cincinnati. So, have to do it. Navy plus 20.5. One of the more confusing spreads of the week. Number 3, 8-0 Michigan State is minus 2.5 on the road against Purdue, who just perdured a week ago. What? I don't know. I'm going to throw it over to you. Who do you got?
Some people say I'm a man of the people.
88% of the people are on MSU.
And I would have to agree with them. Purdue is not good, apparently.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm on MSU. This is the game that Purdue fucking wins. It's what they do. But I don't think it's gonna happen. But very well could. Hurts Michigan a lot if they do. Yeah, give me MSU. You're not even giving me a field goal. No. More Big Ten action. The Wisconsin Badgers are on the road. They head to the birthplace to take on Rutgers. Rutgers, a home dog, getting 11.5.
Rutgers.
And we will go to the people on this one. Another, these percentages don't make sense. 88% of the people are on Wisconsin, but somehow 13% of the people are on Rutgers.
How does that math count? How's that math add up?
Apparently, there's 101% of the people to take into consideration. What the fuck, CBS? On Big Ten Network, by the way.
How does that work? I don't get that.
That's hilarious. Jesus Christ.
Rutgers started off 4-0. They are 0-4 since that 4-0 start.
Oh, they've tanked, man. I was on Rutgers there for a tiny little bit. I started to believe in them. Gumpy on Hammer Don. Also believed in Rutgers. They've let us all down since.
Give me Wisconsin. Give me the people.
Give me the people as well. Wisconsin minus 11.5. Had to throw a shit fest in here.
This is a
we
shit
got
fest.
We got a shit fest on our hands. 7 o'clock on ESPN.
3.
Old Dominion. Old Dominion is on the road as a favorite, minus 2.5 against FIU. People are a bit split on this one. 59% of the people are on FIU to cover and potentially win, even though, I mean, both teams stink. Old Dominion 2-6, FIU 1-7.
FIU. I don't. FIU scores more points, gains more yards. That's it. I don't know.
I don't know what this game is. I don't know why I put it in here, but I'm taking Old Dominion.
Fair.
Vegas has given us some spreads that we didn't quite understand the last few weeks, and they've been right a few times. Like look at Iowa State a couple weeks back.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Old Dominion. I'm gonna trust Vegas. Probably the wrong move. Number 22, Iowa. They are on the road. They travel to Northwestern. The Wildcats getting 12.5 against an Iowa team that has gone from second in the country to 22nd. 3 weeks.
Iowa's had a fall from grace.
I mean, they were never the number 2 team in the country.
I love me some Pat Fitzgerald over there in Northwestern. He's a good coach.
Yes.
Great coach. What he's done with this Northwestern program, nothing short of incredible. Love him. Great guy. Great leader of young men.
Absolutely. And that's also something really quick here. I feel like Big Ten fans that watched Pat Fitzgerald a lot all have that same opinion of him. Like, Pat Fitzgerald's just good dude, great coach. Gets the most out of everything he's got.
I just...
Uh-oh.
I unfortunately can't take Northwestern here. Like,
oh, no.
I really want to. 12.5's a lot. But I just don't have faith in this Northwestern offense being able to score against Iowa's defense. Iowa's defense is really the only thing good they have going for them.
It's fair. But after what Iowa showed me against Wisconsin, I'm going to take Northwestern in the pool. That's one that's going to burn me, I have a feeling. I trust Iowa.
I hope it burns me because I like Pat
5%. I hope Northwestern.
I hope it burns me. I just don't think it will.
For whatever reason, go ahead.
That's one I hope that you're right on.
I'm taking Pat Fitzgerald. I mean, Kirk Ferentz is also a guy that kind of wins,
Yeah.
weird ass games. Pat Fitzgerald's the same kind of way. In a game that should not be kicking off at 7:30.
But it is.
On Fox. Thank you very much. This game's about to last 5 hours.
Yeah.
The Indiana Hoosiers are on the road plus 19.5. They travel to the Hold at Yostug, a.k.a. the Big House in Ann Arbor, to take on Michigan, number 7 in the college football playoff rankings. Michigan is minus 19.5. 91% of the people are on the Michigan Wolverines. Only 9% of the people. This is one of the biggest differences we've seen all week. 91% of the people on Michigan, 9% of the people on Indiana. Thank God the math adds up. Who do you got?
Well, 2 weeks ago, I watched Indiana play Ohio State. The spread in that game was bigger than the spread in this game. And
Indiana fucking laid an egg.
Ohio State,
not a literal 0, but they might as well have.
Ohio State covered and then some. The only thing that might be exciting about this game is, will Tom Allen pull a Mel Tucker and call all 3 of his timeouts in a row?
I mean, Indiana probably thinks we're rivals. So.
I'm guessing you said Harbaugh needs to win out because
Does indeed.
he does. He not just for possibility of college football playoff going to the Big Ten championship, needs to win out for his job in theory. But,
In theory,
obviously it probably won't matter. But
it's not going to happen. They're not going to fire him. But I mean, that's where I'm at to have any faith in him.
If this would be the kind of game Jim Harbaugh would go out and lose, I would not be surprised. But give me Michigan. Indiana's so bad. Michael Penix Jr. is still down with injury.
And those backup Indiana quarterbacks are hot ass.
Like, Michael Penix Jr. may not play another down of college football.
I mean, what am I gonna do? Give me Michigan. I mean, it's easy for me. I've watched Indiana more than I'd like to admit this season. I can't do it with them. They are lifeless, and they may very well give up like they did against Ohio State. Like that's a very real possibility.
Very much so.
Brady Hoke. Brady Hoke is in the picks. Number 24, San Diego State is on the road, and the only reason this game is in here is because it kicks off at 11 p.m. our time out there in Hawaii, I would assume, on Fox Sports 1. San Diego State, a 7.5-point road favorite against the Hawaii, what are they, the Rainbow Warriors?
Rainbow Warriors, yep.
They still play it, that shit bowl that they held the Pro Bowl in for a long-ass time?
I believe so.
Is that a thing? Can I see this here? Nope, apparently not. Just this Honolulu, Hawaii. What do you got? San Diego State or Hawaii?
As much as I don't want to pick Brady Hoke, Hawaii's ass.
Are they ass or hot ass or massive ass?
Confirmed. Give me Brady Hoke and San Diego State.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm doing it either. Brady Hoke. 7-1, San Diego State, somehow ranked at the college football playoff. Yeah, Hawaii sucks. Those are the college picks. We move on to the NFL, and holy fuck, do we have some interesting ones here.
NFL picks real quick. I'm 64-58. Jordan is 61-61.
Yeah, 500 is better than the fucking college picks, man.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right. Thursday night football. We got it tomorrow. Colts at home against the Jets. Who the fuck knows what the Jets are? Who the fuck knows what the Colts are? Who knows what Carson Wentz is? Who knows anything about this game? Colts minus 10.5. A lot of points. A lot of fucking points.
Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
If you're in the Indianapolis area tomorrow around 8:20 p.m., tickets are starting at $22.06.
Oh, jeez. And 6 cents? What the fuck?
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, no. No, don't do it.
And I'm not doing it. Give me the Colts. Give me Jonathan Taylor.
Colts. Exactly. The Mike White fairy tale ends tomorrow night. Jets are going to get their cocks kicked in. Sorry, goddamn Jets. Colts minus 10.5 for me. The Falcons, who just fucking let me down last week. They're on the road, traveling to the Caesars Superdome to take on the Saints. And Marcus Simeon, potentially. Marcus Simeon and a
Trevor
newly
Siemian.
healthy yeah, not Marcus Simeon. Sorry, that's baseball. Trevor Simeon.
I would say, something
I mean,
happened.
I mean, hey, let's do it. Simeon and Simeon. Fairly certain they're spelled differently, but hey, I'll take it. Taysom Hill is also, I do believe, recently healthy. Let's check the injury report here. Taysom Hill is still questionable, but the murmuring seems to be that he might be able to play. Saints might try a dual quarterback look a la Jim Harbaugh. Saints minus 6.5 in the dome. Who do you got?
I don't want to take Atlanta, but I am.
Oh. No.
Yes.
Why?
I think the Trevor Simeon fairy tale ends. I hate my life.
I do not, because I know the Saints scored a lot of points in that game. I mean, look at what the Saints defense just did to Tom Brady. Made him look silly. Matt Ryan's good. Don't get me wrong. He ain't got nothing around him. So
He's got
you're
Kyle
not going to
Pitts.
give me.
Who
I
is
mean,
a
yes.
dude?
And Cordero Patterson, who's somehow a running back now and putting up major points for me in fantasy. Still taking the Saints. Still taking the Saints minus 6.5. Oops, I accidentally just switched to pick a couple games down the road. The Bills are on the road. They're in Jacksonville, Duval, to take on the 1-6 Jags. A lot of points here. Jags getting 14.5. 73% of the people are on the Buffalo Bills. Who do you got?
Give me the Bills. That Jags defense is terrible.
I mean, I know the Bills didn't look phenomenal against the Dolphins, but they would have covered 14.5 against the Dolphins, and I think the Dolphins are better than the Jags. So give me the Bills. This is the game that I accidentally switched my pick on. Browns. They take on your Bengals. And the Bengals are minus 2.5. Let's take a look at the injury report on this one. Chris Evans, questionable for Cincinnati. Doesn't matter. They don't run the ball.
Nope.
But for Cleveland, Jarvis Landry, Odell Beckham, who might get cut later, and Jadeveon Clowney, all questionable for the Cleveland Browns. See what you got? You picking your team or not?
Some people say I'm a man of the people.
73% of the people on the Bengals, by the way.
They're wrong.
Oh, no. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Is this just going to be the rest of the show right here?
No.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yes. Just what I saw from
Daniel
the Bengals.
Bryan? Yes.
Oh, God. You mean Brian Danielson?
No.
No. Just no.
Nope. He's Daniel Bryan. I'm sorry.
From what I saw, this Bengals team, from what I saw from this Bengals team against the Jets, they're trash. Give me the Browns. I don't want to do it, but I can't pick the Bengals.
So I did believe in your Bengals. I did. Then they lost to the Jets.
Yep.
And ran Joe Mixon, 14 times?
Yep.
I am on the Bengals. I am on the Bengals.
No.
A lot of questions with the Browns right now. I mean, your top wide receiver targets, Landry's been banged up forever. You can't get Odell the ball. Baker's looked worse than ever. They have less. The Browns have more questions than the Bengals, and the Bengals do things that I don't expect them to do. So I don't know what my brain is a pretzel on this one. My heart tells me Cincinnati. Just what my heart tells me. I can't fix it. I can't get it out of me. So I'm taking the Bengals. This might be a shit fest. The Denver Broncos, who are fresh off a win against the football team.
Yep.
Woo, to get back to 500.
Yes.
They take on the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys minus 9.5. The people have a very nice 69%, or rather, 69% of the people are on the Dallas Cowboys. We will take a look at the injury report. Dak Prescott still might play. He is listed as questionable right now.
Give me
If
the
he
Cowboys.
plays,
Either way.
if he, either way,
Give me the Cowboys.
I agree with you. I can't do it with the Broncos. They did rip my heart out of me by beating the football team last week. I think Dak's gonna be back.
And they didn't even look good against Washington.
They did not. One score, 17-10 win. Washington's futility buried them. What a fucking shitfest.
You want to talk about a shit fest. This is
Battle of 1 and 7. Houston Texans, Miami Dolphins from Miami. And this is a big spread for teams that have a combined 2 wins on the year. Dolphins minus 6.5. Who do you got?
if you're in the Miami area at 1 p.m. on Sunday and you have $15.50 to spend, take it elsewhere. Don't go to this game. Yes, tickets are starting at $15.50. But don't go to this game. Don't watch this game. Don't stay away from this game. This game's terrible, bad, awful. Give me Miami just because I have to pick a team. Did Jordan die? Jordan?
There we go. I had some connection issues. I'm back.
Oh, well, I'm taking Miami.
I'm also taking Miami. Houston stinks. I mean, both teams stink. Don't get me wrong. I am taking the Dolphins. Raiders. Las Vegas Raiders. They are on the road. They travel to MetLife to take on the 2-6 Giants. This spread is close. Giants getting 2.5.
Give me the Raiders.
Why?
Why would I want the Giants?
Fair, but why?
The Raiders are statistically better all across the board.
I agree.
Like,
Raiders, it's
just like
Giants do stink.
Like, do I need to say it?
I was just being a pain in the ass. Yeah, Raiders. Raiders is the easy pick here. God, we're not out of the 1 o'clock slate yet. Vikings are on the road. They travel to M&T Bank Stadium to take on the Ravens. Ravens minus 5.5. 77% of the people are on Baltimore.
Is Lamar Jackson playing this game?
To my knowledge.
Yes, he is. At least he's not listed as an injury report yet. In other words, don't give me Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. I really hope the Ravens don't lay an egg, but
give me Baltimore.
I am also on the Ravens. I can't do it with Kirk Cousins. Not with Kirk Cousins. Don't get me wrong. He's probably one of the sole bright spots for the Minnesota Vikings on the year. Can't do it with the Vikings. They didn't beat Cooper Rush. So
No, they did not.
Patriots, fresh off a win against the Chargers, they travel to Carolina to face off with the Panthers after they just did what they did against the Giants a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago, I guess now. Patriots, -3.5. Who do you got? Do you have faith in Mac Jones?
Is that supposed to be a real question?
I mean, sort of and sort of not.
You see, there's this man named Matthew Judon.
Wears sleeves that are red.
Where's number 9 on the defense? I have faith in him. So give me the Patriots.
After what Carolina did against the Giants, I don't know what to do. Now, it does sound like Carolina is getting Christian McCaffrey back. So that's big for them. And that is why I am taking the Carolina Panthers +3.5. When they lost McCaffrey, that's when the wheels fell off. I'm gonna take the Panthers. It's probably the last time I do it, unless they ball out for me. That's it. The Chargers.
Mercifully into the 4 o'clock slate.
Mercifully, right? Chargers have kind of been duds the last couple weeks, but they take on the Eagles, and the Eagles are only getting 1.5. 78% of the people are on the Chargers. Who do you got?
The fact that the Eagles only get 1.5 is confusing. Apparently, Justin Herbert has a slight hand injury.
I like Matt Ryan. You see that picture of Matt Ryan's hand?
Yeah.
Got stepped on.
But give me the Chargers.
I know the Eagles balled out against the Lions. Everyone could ball out against the Lions if they get their shit together. So give me the Chargers. They get it figured out this week. For me, anyway. The now 7-1 Arizona Cardinals. They've had a long time to linger on that loss to the Green Bay Packers on Thursday Night Football last week. They are on the road, heading to Santa Clara to Levi Stadium to take on the 49ers. 49ers getting 2.5, and the people will head to the people. 78% of the people on CBS are on Cardinals. Not a lot of points here, so that makes sense. But who do you got?
Give me Arizona.
Not a lot of thought in this one. Not even going to give me a field goal. Arizona seems to be easy pick. Played Green Bay relatively tough. Green Bay is a fucking buzzsaw. We'll get to them in a second. Give me Arizona. The Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
So I will lead into this with saying that CBS spreads do not change from the opening line. So that would explain the spread in this game. Aaron Rodgers is out of this game, which means Jordan Love will start because he has tested positive for COVID. The world thought he was vaccinated. Aaron Rodgers said he was, what was the word, immunized?
Yep.
Fucking hell. I wanted to throw that in the news, but we already had too much. So that would explain the spread in this one. Because when Aaron Rodgers was here and playing this game, this was a pick'em. And that's what we have it at. So, Chiefs getting a half point in this pick'em. They're the favorite, even with Aaron Rodgers. Barely. Who do you got? I don't know what to do because we've seen this time and time again. I mean, Mike White, Trevor Siemian, got his name right this time. Like, so many. Cooper Rush, backup quarterbacks coming in and winning these games. Who do you got?
Give me Kansas City. I think the drop-off from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love or whoever, because I've heard different things as to who's going to start.
They have one quarterback on the roster.
Well, it's Jordan Love then. I had heard rumors that they were going to sign someone else that isn't Jordan Love.
They might, but why?
Yeah,
One
yeah.
week? In theory, 1 week.
The drop off from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love is too big. It's not like Mike White replacing Zach Wilson or Trevor Siemian replacing Jameis Winston.
Well, I don't know about that one.
Cooper Rush replacing Dak, yes, that's a big, but
yes.
The Cowboys ran their offense differently. Had to change their offense, and because of it, they weren't as efficient. So, I don't think Green Bay's offense is going to be as efficient with Jordan Love. So, give me Kansas City.
I am also on Kansas City. They got to figure this out. This is a game they need so badly. Get back above 500. I am on the Chiefs because we haven't seen enough of Jordan Love to know what the fuck's going to happen. So, can't do it. Especially, and by the way, Kansas City live odds is -7. With CBS and the spread's not changing, we got him in a pickup, so I will gladly take KC. Sunday Night Football, the Tennessee Titans, fresh off the overtime win against the Colts, but without Derrick Henry. They signed Adrian Peterson, but who knows what that's going to do. Rams, -7.5. 74% of the people are on the Rams. From SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. Who do you got?
If Derrick Henry was playing this game, I would go a different answer, probably.
Mm-hmm.
But Derrick Henry is not playing this game, so give me the Rams.
The spread would also be smaller if Derrick Henry was healthy.
Yeah.
I am going to go with the Rams. Unfortunately, if it was 6.5, I'd say it's almost a lock. 7.5, I'm a bit more skeptical. Still going the Rams. I don't know what they're going to get out of Adrian Peterson and the other guy. It's going to be playing running back for him, who I don't even know who he is. So give me the Rams. Rams need it. Like, they have to cover here. Otherwise, after what they did with the Lions, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're still good, but, like, doubt starts to creep in on how elite this team truly is. Monday Night Football, we will not be watching with Steve Levy and Brian Greasy and Louis Riddick and Booger McFarland. We'll be watching the Mannings. Let's be honest. Bears on the road, traveling to Heinz Field to take on the Steelers. Steelers -6.5.
Ah, boy. I want to take Justin Fields and the Bears. I can't. I can't. Give me Najee Harris and the Steelers.
Don't get me wrong, I do too. But I can't do it. Cannot do it. Not gonna give me a touchdown. Bears stunk against the 49ers a week ago.
And possibility of no Khalil Mack, by the way. Now,
and
too.
The 49ers are not the Steelers. I think the Steelers are better. Somehow, some way.
Yes.
So, give me Pittsburgh. And those are
the picks.
Picks.
So, it is time for Champion Chump of the Week. We
You go ahead and lead off with your champ this time.
Well, my champ's kind of an easy cop-out this week.
Okay.
I'll admit it just because, well, honestly, there wasn't a lot of greatness in the world of sports this week. There wasn't really a lot of bad. I'm going to say that right there. There wasn't a lot of super negative things, but there wasn't really a lot of just amazing greatness. My champ of the week is Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, the world champion Atlanta Braves.
That's a good one. Who doesn't like Freddie Freeman other than maybe Phillies fans? I mean,
yeah.
MVP, now World Series champion.
Arguably could have been
World Series MVP?
Yeah. Arguably could have been World Series MVP.
Soler was just on another stratosphere.
Yeah.
So, fair.
And you look at Freddie he's been with this Braves organization since he got drafted in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
And he is part of why this team is this team.
Yep.
And there is the distinct possibility this could be his last year with the Braves. I don't buy it.
I don't think so.
I think he just loves this.
I think he's a Braves lifer.
I think he loves that, and he likes this team and loves that team too much. Give me Freddie. No, wait. This is not the picks. Freddie Freeman's my champ of the week. I love him, and he was the happiest man in the city of Houston. He's probably still smiling, loving life right now. Give me Freddie Freeman as my champ of the week.
That's a very good one. My champ of the week is Kenneth Walker III. Ran for more yards.
Still probably running.
Ran for more yards against Michigan than anybody in the history of that rivalry. 5 touchdowns. 197 yards. Dude had a fucking day. What am I supposed to do? Guy was incredible.
Still running. Still breaking tackles.
Much as I fucking hate it. Yeah. Add literally to the rest of college football for the rest of the season. Good luck tackling that man. So
still breaking tackles probably.
Probably. And getting the broken tackles before that game even started. It's probably first in the nation now, to be honest. But
right.
Yeah. Kenneth Walker III. Chump of the week. Who you got?
I got I have an honorable mention chump of the week.
Oh God.
We talked about them. Ad nauseum, so I'm not gonna talk about them a lot. Big Ten officials.
Good one.
They are my honorable mention chump of the week, just because they were two of the biggest games in college football happened this week. National title implications between Michigan State, and Ohio State and Penn State, and in both games, Big Ten officials just had zero control of the game. The games had zero flow because of the officials. It was just all across the world, or all across the board, awful.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the issues, like neither team in both games, neither team won or lost because of the officials. The outcome was not affected, but
Right.
they were just the
But
officials were
figure
just
it
so
out.
bad. Like at some
Figure it the
point,
fuck out.
like how long can this go with? How long can it go with the Big Ten with the officials just being so fucking terrible? It's yeah, but I have a 2-part winner for Chump of the Week because these are the almost same thing. Number 1, Penn State head coach James Franklin for his comments leading up to the Ohio State game of "I'm focused on Illinois, we're going into the big house," leading up to his game against Columbus.
Like, is that a fireable offense? Like, Jesus Christ.
See, and like there are Penn State fans who still are trying to defend James Franklin of just saying, "Oh, he's just trying to troll Ohio State." And
How is that a troll against Ohio State?
or you're just trying to poke the bear or whatever. If
Be
you're
a smart human.
if you're gonna
Know
poke,
where you're going.
like if you're gonna poke the bear, go out and win. And then the Cincinnati Bengals, who after they beat the Baltimore Ravens, tweeted something along the lines of, "Do we have your attention now?"
Oh boy.
They then went, if you're gonna tweet that, if you're it was your social media team, I get it, but you have a tweet like that, go out and fucking beat the goddamn Jets. Don't lose to the New York Jets. It's the same thing with James Franklin. You're gonna poke the bear. You're gonna start talking shit. Fucking back it up.
I don't think that's what he was attempting to do. I think he's just that dumb.
I fucking don't know. Like Penn State fans who still are trying to defend James Franklin and love that man for no logical reason, or trying to defend him by
Right.
saying that he's just trying to troll Ohio State and get
Same with Harbaugh. What has he done?
yeah. Well, that's my chump of the week. Kind of a two separate instances of shit talking, and the same result of you fucking lose you lose a couple days later.
My chum of the week can be nobody else. Can be nobody else. Nobody in the sports world fucked up more than Las Vegas Raiders wide receiver Henry Ruggs III.
Ooh, yeah.
This could have been in the news. I saved it for here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You wanna throw that whole due process shit at me? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
I mean-
bad.
Evidence is already there. Dude was driving his car drunk at 156 miles an hour, 126 at impact of the crash that took a young woman's life. I don't want to go too deep into it, but I mean, fucking Christ.
Oh
Get
my
it,
god.
get it together.
Yeah.
Get it together.
It's
Career's done.
yeah, he's done.
You had, I mean, what do you even say? What do you even say? You got a guy who's making a ton of money playing football. Getty's still on a rookie deal, but fucking Christ, you got enough money to pay for an Uber.
Yeah.
Like, you're just a flat out idiot.
Because he was he was a first round pick.
First round pick, top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Got the money to do so. And he chose to drive 156 miles an hour. And what happened. So the family of that girl, I can almost guarantee you, not watching this podcast, but fucking
They have
You know.
other things on their mind.
Well, I mean, not like they're watching this anyway, but uh, you know, condolences. Like, fucking hell.
It's
That's
just unbelievable. What?
it's just how are you that dumb?
Yeah.
How are you that fucking dumb? So not much else to say about it. If you want to read more into it, go ahead and do so. But
Yeah,
I really don't want to cover it anymore. It's just bad. It's all kinds of bad. One.
I wanted to try and stay. I figured like I chose to stay away from that one just because it's
it's just shitty, and
it's a bad
you know,
that can't even like it transcends everything we do here and everything in sports. That bad. It's that bad.
right. Like it's and some moron out there probably somewhere is bitching that he drafted him in the second round of his fantasy team.
Yeah.
So,
It's a bad.
just goes back to the stuff where hey, nobody gives a shit about your fantasy team.
There's more important. There's more important
Same
things.
Same thing with Calvin Ridley. You know, taking personal time and getting himself right and everything, and people are bitching about their fantasy team. Nobody fucking cares.
There's more important things, and to wrap it up, yes, to that young woman's family, condolences. It inexcusable.
I just I hate that every single one of these. It just feels like the wrong person is the victim. Like
Yeah.
the one that didn't make the mistake is always the one who loses their life or suffers or anything like that. It's just shit just fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Get it together. Like fucking almost anyone with a goddamn job in this country can afford a fucking Uber.
Yeah.
In that scenario. So, like I said, I don't want to get any farther into it. It's just it's all bad stuff. Just you want to get into one on your own, then read it. But
Yeah.
it's just a
Not
really
more we
shitty-
can talk about here, just because.
really shitty scenario. And if you're out there defending the Rugs in any
You're probably a
possible way,
shitty human.
like I don't know, like fucking Raiders fans, not even just Raiders fans. What happened to due process? Okay, go out and commit vehicular manslaughter and see if you fucking keep your job.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
try. And people like that probably will and do.
Yeah.
Shitty situation and fucking major thoughts to the family and anyone that was affected on that. Like that's it's awful. It's inexcusable. There's no other way to put it. But some more lighthearted stuff. One for the road. Go
Yep.
ahead.
Let's wrap the show up. One for the road. Mine. It's kind of hard to find one just because college football, you don't have a lot of great games this week. Kind of just a
Fair.
man week. The NFL.
Shit game. Shit night game at the big house.
Yeah.
Big house night games are always fun, but that ain't mine.
The NFL kind of meh. So I am going Formula One, the Mexican Grand Prix, Sunday at 2 p.m. on ABC. Is my one for the road. Mexican Grand Prix is always a fun time. It's always a party. That's my one
I
for
really
the road.
do. I like the Mexican Grand Prix a lot.
Fun track.
Very fun track.
That's
And
my
I
one
mean,
for
you
the
got that. You got the championship battle going on there. Going to be a ton of fun.
Yeah.
And
So-
my one for the road, similar trajectory.
I knew what yours was.
I mean, what else am I gonna do? NASCAR season finale. Phoenix. Not my first choice of track for the championship race. Hopefully, in years to come, that'll be kind of a rotating thing. If we continue with the playoff format. But always a fun time. Chase Elliott, the defending winner of the championship and the race last year at Phoenix. Gonna be such a good time. You got 4 phenomenal drivers: Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott for Hendrick Motorsports, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. for Joe Gibbs. It's gonna be great. We won't see any sort of nonsense like we did at Martinsville. We never really do when it comes to the championship. Holy fuck if we do though. That'd be insane.
Right.
Fucking wreck somebody for a title. Good lord. You know, and just the way that Phoenix is, you know, it has the potential to have that NASCAR overtime 2 to go at a battle for a championship. Like this could be wild. You know, no track limits in NASCAR. You can run down that apron all the fuck you want. Like fucking go for it. Gonna be wild. It's gonna be an entertaining shit show, I'm sure. And I mean, just honestly, I could make the entire NASCAR weekend my one for the road. I mean, trucks and Xfinity could be even more wild than the Cup Series. That being said, I am a Chase Elliott fan. Hope he wins. But if Kyle Larson does not win this championship, like, it's just another indictment on the playoff format. It's been the best driver all year long. I don't know.
Yeah.
Playoff format does suck. You know, it does its job. It's entertaining and whatnot. It's what they were going for. But the best driver might not win. And that's what they went for when they went to this format. So regardless, mainly Sunday at Phoenix, one for the road, but really the entire NASCAR weekend. If you give a shit about motorsports whatsoever, tune into one of those races because they're all going to be battling for a championship. You know, 12 drivers in 3 series have a chance this weekend, and it's gonna be a real fun time. So, fun stuff. Thankfully, not much with football this weekend.
Kind of just a
especially for
man
me.
week.
Yeah, especially for me. I mean, fuck. Michigan plays Indiana, a 19-point favorite. Lions are on a bye. So what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Bye weeks suck less than the Lions.
I mean, I've been saying it for 2 weeks, and I mean, bye weeks at 13.
That is the show. We went about 4 hours still, actually a little over 4 hours today. So everybody who was here, thank you for hanging out with us.
Is what it is. I mean, I had so much to get into with Michigan. You had your opinions on Ohio State. I mean, it's essentially, you know, Big Ten football is what this podcast is basically about, even though we root for rival teams in almost literally every sport.
Yeah.
I mean, I could not even attempt to keep my thoughts on Michigan football short. So I expected this one to be long. Next week has the potential to be a shorter one.
Yeah. As long as everything goes according to plan with our college teams. There
God.
probably won't be a lot to talk about.
I'll do the NASCAR recap. You'll touch on some F1.
The Edmonton Oilers are, just side note real quick, an absolute unit of a team. They beat the Preds 5-2 today.
I am so glad I stayed away from that game. I thought about it very briefly for a second about betting against the Oilers. Couldn't do it.
Don't do it at all. We'll talk about that in Backdoor Cover. But with that being said,
one last note. My one bet for the night did not happen. I had a 4-way basketball parlay. Warriors to win. LaMelo Ball assists 4+. LaMelo Ball over 17.5 points. Steph Curry plus 25 points in the game. And both LaMelo Ball and Steph Curry did not hit their very low overs in my single game parlay. So,
but what about LiAngelo?
He's in the G League, I believe.
Not with the Pistons.
Not with the Pistons, with the Hornets, in fact.
Oh. That's all you care about, though, is he's not with the Pistons.
He is not with the Pistons. I'm glad that toxic LaMelo Ball or Ball family fan base is
Gone.
Not. They don't have anything to do with my team anymore. So that's great.
They're still probably commenting on Detroit Pistons posts every now and then.
Surprisingly, they're not.
That being said, though, that is the show. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Thank you for making us part of your night. Wherever you may be listening, however you may be listening. Wow, I said that backwards. Thank you for making us part of your night. However you may be watching or listening, wherever you may be watching or listening. We will see you guys here Friday for Backdoor Cover.
Be a good one. Some footy stuff this weekend.
That one should be some fun.
Always is. Always is.
I'm gonna sit down tomorrow and look through stuff and try and get ready. I'm liking it. Past 2 episodes have been fun. Our locks have not hit, but the episodes themselves have been a good time.
0-2 on our locks. We might have to simplify our locks a little bit.
Thought mine was pretty simple this week.
I mean, I haven't hit a parlay in fucking ages.
Neither have I.
Maybe I need to just, I ain't gonna fucking pick no minus 1,000 favorite in anything anyway. But it might be a single bet, something like that. I don't know. We'll see as I piece things together.
So, Jordan, any final thoughts?
Let's see. Fuck Dan Snyder. Get that out of the way. Fire up ships. Had my CMU hat on for this one. Big win today against Western. Anything else? Let's see. Go Blue. Win out. See if we can do anything. Season is not over for Michigan, especially after those college football playoff rankings came out and we're still 7th. So, win some games and we'll got a shot. That's what I got. I don't really have a whole lot other than fuck Dan Snyder. He's a bag of human trash. I mean, let's see. I mean, we could add to this every week. I mean, fuck Dan Snyder, fuck John Gruden, fuck Henry Ruggs, fuck Joe Quenneville. We'd be here for fuck Patrick Kane. We'd be here for a while if we kept adding to it. I mean, maybe people need to stop doing stupid shit. That is true. So, with that being said, everybody, thank you. Peace out. Stay classy. We will see you all on Friday for Backdoor Cover. See ya.